All right, good morning. And welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. I hope you're doing well, enjoying slightly cooler weather this morning. It was very nice, actually. I know it's gonna warm up a bit, but well, let's enjoy it. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I hereby call the September 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:13 a.m. Let's start with the panel member Odegaard leading us in the salute of the flag.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Odegaard. As you may have noticed, today's meeting is at a different location than our usual meeting place at the State Board of Education room at the California Department of Education. And this is because of that room being double booked today. And we're grateful to the California Department of Public Health for hosting us in the auditorium today at 1500 Capitol Avenue in downtown Sacramento. For those who are streaming the meeting, you will know that we are also using Zoom as opposed to our regular streaming service, which is related to the change in location. So today's meeting will be a little different technically from prior meetings, and we may have to take some pauses throughout the day to the extent that we have any technical adjustments that need to be made. But we'll be flexible, and we appreciate your patience in advance. Public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting, either in person by signing up on the sheet located at the back table there, or by calling 669-219-2599, and then following a prompt to provide a meeting ID code, which is 867-8984-1555. Callers also will be required to provide a passcode, which is 667048. Please note that in addition to unmuting your phone, you may need to dial #6 to unmute for the Zoom live stream. All right, callers then will be added to the queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comments. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute your live cast audio. And when giving public comment, please state the following. Commenter's first name and last name, organization, affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is displayed right now. The phone number, meeting ID code, passcode will be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. And item 5 today is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. So item 1 is opening remarks of the chair and vice chair. So my comment today is really, as you can see in the agenda, our primary goal and activities to conduct calibration by discussing 2 applications. This exercise aims to ensure that panel members evaluate and score applications consistently, achieve fair evaluations, and minimize differences among evaluators. So overall, we are striving to make the evaluation process more objective, consistent, and transparent. With that brief overview, let's jump right into the agenda of the day. So item 2, which is the approval of the draft August 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. So we're gonna open now the public phone line for public comments. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code now shown on the slide right now. While we are waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any panel members have any concerns, questions related to the draft minutes? Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the August 2024 RDRSSB draft meeting minutes? Thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero. I have a motion by Vice Chair Guerrero. Do I have a second? The motion is seconded by Member Wilson. Now show your hands to those in favor. Please keep your hand up until you're counted.
Counted.
Thank you. So it's passed, motion carries. Let's move on to item 3, which is the review of statute and panel process. This is the information only item and will be presented by Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes. Ms. Holmes, please begin your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So item 3 is a standing item on our agenda. And today we are going to talk a lot more about process than we are about statute, but I think given where we are in the process, that makes some sense. So as you may recall, in our August meeting, I discussed the fact that staff had made a recommendation to the State Board of Education to make a change to the review process that the board had adopted back in May to allow the panel to adopt the final approved screener list in either November or December to make sure that we had the full year of time that was allotted to you all to make that decision. So that request went to the board at its September 11th, 2024 meeting, and the board approved it unanimously. So just reporting that out. So we have now until December 31st to adopt the list. So let's do a little progress check. I love this slide because there's a lot of check marks now on it. We have accomplished quite a bit in the several months that you all have been meeting. As you may recall, in August, you approved the screener information template and the evaluation and application review protocol. That is going to inform our work today as we move into our calibration on evaluation. And so the only thing we have left on our to-do list is to create our approved screener list and our screener information sheets. So we're getting down to the meat of our business, and we're getting close to the end. Speaking of applications were due to our RDRSP email inbox. Folks also had the ability to mail in materials. They were due on August 30th, 2024 by 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The panel received 13 applications for consideration, and the majority of these were transmitted electronically. There was one applicant who provided both digital and hard copy materials, but panelists have received access to all of those electronic materials and have had the ability to review them since the first week in September. For purposes of the panel, we'll be referring to these applications by number and not name. And we'll be referring to those by numbers 1 through 13. So very simple numbering system. I did want to point out a couple pieces of information specific to our applications. At least one application included multiple instruments in a single application. So I just wanted to remind the panel and also the public that the panel has discretion to approve or choose not to approve individual instruments within a single application. So you don't necessarily need to, one application, you have to either approve everything in that application or not. You can definitely bifurcate the different programs. The panel, as just a reminder, this is in statute, the panel may also determine which grade levels to approve the screening instruments for. So it doesn't matter if someone, one of the applicants says this should be considered for K through 2. If you just want to approve it for 1 and 2 or 2 or whatever grades that you think it's most appropriate for, that's within your authority to do. So as I mentioned, today we're going to begin calibration. For folks who are watching at home and are not clear what calibration is, this is the ability for the panelists to walk through some applications and get a chance to ensure that as we're looking through the rubric, we're all evaluating screening instruments off of the same set of standards and evaluating those in the same way to create as much consistency in the evaluation process as possible. We have selected 2 applications to be used for calibration. Those are going to be referred to as applications 4 and 11. Panelists today will engage in a full evaluation process. We're going to go through the whole process today for 2 applications. That's not necessarily going to be the same process that we use in the months to come. So as you may recall, back in August, the panel approved two steps in the protocol, 2 large steps in the, there are actually many steps in the protocol, but there are 2 main ones, the bare minimum requirements step, and then also the advanced requirements step. In October, we anticipate that the panel will look at all applications, all remaining applications after calibration today, just for bare minimum requirements, and then in November, be looking at the advanced requirements and a holistic review. That's a gross oversimplification of our process, which is actually very complex. But for folks who are interested in learning more, you can look at addendum 1 for item 4, which gives the information about the protocol we're going to use. But just wanted to clarify for folks who didn't know, today we're going to do both the October and November process for these 2 applications, but it'll look a little bit different when we go into the regular application review in October and November. So as I mentioned, our full evaluation process includes the bare minimum requirements, advanced requirements, and a holistic review. Today and in October and November, panelists will engage in both subgroup, so like a study session, and full group discussions and evaluation. For folks who would like to refer to these documents, the bare minimum and advanced requirements are in addendum 2 for item 4 for today's agenda. And that's what we call the basis of approval. The other thing I think it's really important to make clear today, no decisions to approve or not approve applications will be made today. We are not taking any votes today. This is an information-only panel meeting, and we don't anticipate that any votes will be taken until December, the December meeting. So for folks watching at home, just want to make that super clear. We are not approving or disapproving of any applications today. We're just going through the process to calibrate. We do not anticipate that final decisions will be made until December. And all final decisions will be made at the same time. So we won't be approving some screeners now and then approving some later. We're going to approve all of them in December. So just to, I feel like probably this is just repeating what I just said, but I'll say it again. So in October, we're going to do some subgroup and whole group deliberations on the bare minimum requirements. And we'll also, one thing I didn't mention before, we're also going to be looking at preliminary draft screener information overview documents. So staff will be populating the screener information overview sheets for your review in October, initial review in October. You'll get a chance to see those again in November with feedback incorporated from October. When we do the whole group deliberations on the advanced requirements and the holistic review. And then you'll get a chance to vote on those screener information sheets, the final version in December. So you'll have a couple of opportunities to see those information overviews. And then in December, we'll have our draft approval list posted as part of our agenda. So anyone who wants to provide public comment on that draft approval list will have the ability to do so in advance of the meeting. I also just want to note, and this is anticipating the bullet down below, but public comments will be accepted before and during every panel meeting. So September, October, November, December, all of those, and all the months going back, we've had the same thing, right? So we encourage people to reach out to us. However, it's really difficult for the panel to take in information and consider it when it's provided in real time. And so we highly recommend folks wanting to provide especially detailed feedback, do so before the panel meeting in writing so that we can share that with panelists and they can consider it as they're going through the meeting. So for the public, please consider sending us your comments in writing prior to the meeting. And information on how to do that is with every agenda that we post. So just want to make sure, do we have any questions about process or how we're going to move through today or the succeeding months, with the understanding, of course, that more detail about our process today will be forthcoming in item 4.
In regards to the public comments that we received in writing prior to this, will there be time in the agenda for us to consider and have a conversation about those, how they might impact our process?
Yeah, so the panel did receive some public comment prior to this meeting, and it was shared around with panelists. I would recommend, for the purposes of today, because it is relevant to the discussion of applications, that to the extent you can connect it to your review in item 4, that would probably be the most appropriate time for it. Yeah, the panelists are always welcome to respond to public comment. We just ask that you do it in the item that it's related to.
Member Martinez?
And can you clarify the item 4, the calibration? Will that be whole group or is that subgroup?
So our friends from Westside will be up here in just a moment to talk through the process, but it's going to be a mix. So today for item 4, we're going to go through the whole process. You'll have both subgroup will be the initial, and then you'll have whole group discussion as well. And you'll go through all the sets of requirements.
Okay, so my question is in relation to the previous question, because I feel like that has to be a whole group conversation. And then for us to get into subgroup conversations and then have to redo that, possibly. So I guess I would just make a recommendation that we have a whole group conversation about that before we do this subgroup dive.
Yeah, we can let's look at our process and make sure that we can fit that in. Yeah.
Would you mind repeating? Sorry, I was looking for the comment.
I can't hear you. So.
Did she ask me a question?
No.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you, Ms. Holmes. Let's open up the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you. Let's open up for a panel discussion. Do any members have any additional questions or comments that you would like to make on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4. So for item 4, we'll begin our review and evaluation of the applications that we received by engaging in calibration. So this information, as Ms. Holmes said, it's an information-only item. We will not take a vote today, and the discussion and evaluation work we do does not constitute a formal approval or non-approval for any application. We anticipate that the final approval of the applications will take place at the December meeting. Members of the public will have an opportunity to provide public comment at the end of this item. Today, we'll be working through applications number 4 and number 11, evaluating these applications using the State Board of Education adopted evaluation rubric and following the full protocol approved by the panel last month. We'll discuss whether these applications meet the bare minimum and advanced requirements as outlined in the application approval basis, also adopted by the panel last month. But again, just to emphasize again, we will not be taking a vote or make a formal determination of whether to approve these applications. This is our first time engaging in this review process, so it may not be entirely smooth. but it intended to prepare us for October and November meetings. So when we evaluate all the applications for the bare minimum requirements and advanced requirements, we ask the panel members and members of the public bear with us as we work through any wrinkles in the process, and we appreciate your patience in advance. We anticipate that item 4 will be rather lengthy, and as it includes multiple parts. As a result, we will take a couple breaks. We're expecting to take a couple breaks and lunch during this item, but we'll see how it goes. Jennifer Joffel and Matt Brunetti from West Ed will be presenting and facilitating this item. So Ms. Joffel, Mr. Brunetti, you may begin your facilitation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Jennifer Zoffel with West Ed. Good to see you all. So let me get into a description of the process, and then perhaps we can come back to the question that was raised in the prior item. So first, just focusing on the goals that we set forward for calibration and what we were hearing the panel ask for previously. Of course, we want to make sure that applications are accurately and consistently evaluated across the panelists. And we want to know that panelists feel confident in their own evaluations as well as the evaluations conducted by other panelists. And I think both of those are fairly common sense in terms of the overall calibration process. The third bullet there is also to ensure that all evaluations comply with the requirements of Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, which creates an extra challenge and also a great opportunity so that the public is able to understand the process that we're going through. But want to make it clear that all of these conversations do need to happen actively during our meeting process in order to stay in compliance with that. So this daunting slide gives us a high-level understanding of the steps we're going to take today. And we do have projected time on the side, but the timing that each step will take is going to vary based on the level of agreement between panelists. So I'm hoping that this process, or seeing this process, I will walk us through it, will help the panel determine sort of the time allocation to the question we had earlier in terms of how or when you want to make time to address the public comments. So the idea is that we would first move into subgroup calibration, and we would go into those subgroups for one application, and we're going to be moving one evidence statement at a time. So in essence, you will use the order of the rubric and move through that application, having a conversation for each of those evidence statements. We would do that first for application 4. We will take a break in there. We would then do it for application 11. So you stay in your whole group and you continue that same sort of flow that you've had checking against each other before we then move into the whole group conversation and then have a whole group calibration subgroup to subgroup. For application 4 and then for application 11. Some of the thinking behind that, you could also say, why don't we just stay with one application all the way through so that our mind is fresh in it? A few reasons. Number one, time is short, so moving in and out of groups takes time. But also, more importantly, because we're in calibration mode, we want you to stay focused on those evidence statements, and seeing it just once with one application is one thing, but being able to do that twice together with 2 applications, we thought would be really beneficial, and then be able to move into whole group. This is also more similar to what you'll experience because your October meeting is mostly subgroup and your November meeting is mostly whole group. So we wanted to try to mimic that. We do have a step in here to debrief the calibration process and get your feedback about what worked, what didn't work, in case we want to make any shifts.
The bare minimum check would come next. Our assumption is that that won't take a significant amount of time because you will have already had a lot of conversation about those evidence statements that, and we already have the basis for what evidence statements count for bare minimum requirement. So we anticipate that being shorter. We did give and we would do both applications at the same time, bare minimum for 4 and for 11. Advanced requirement check, the intention would be give you a little bit more time because we want you to be able to talk through that there are more evidence statements that need to be considered with advanced requirements. The not last, but the last important step of the process is the holistic review and recommendations. And that's your opportunity to step back, look at each one holistically, and then make some final recommendations. So we gave a little bit more time for that as well. And then we would close with a debrief of how did it work with the requirements and the holistic review processes, or anything that we want to tweak or adjust about that. So we also have to fit in time for lunch, time for breaks, and know that we are not necessarily all going to agree. And so we don't know, is it truly a 60 minutes, right? This is going to require us in our small groups to move through really swiftly. And I'll show you what the time stamps we use to get to the 60 minutes in just a moment. But I also want to highlight what we heard in item 3, Ms. Holmes referenced. I think Chair Kim also mentioned the panel is not voting to approve or not approve any individual instruments at this meeting. This is just understanding, the calibration process. So before I move off of this slide, I want to invite Ms. Holmes back up, and perhaps we want to check in about what we want to do for public comment.
So a couple of things that I want to remind folks now that we have this process up on the wall. So we don't have, pursuant to Bagley-Keene, anytime the panel chooses to take an action. So for example, I know that in one of our public comments, there was a request to make a change. We have not noticed any action items today. We have to notice those action items at least 10 days in advance. So legally, the panel cannot take any action today to change any criteria or anything like that. Just also a reminder that anything having to do with the rubric is subject to the purview of the State Board of Education, so we can't make any changes there. I know I'm anticipating maybe the interest in the particular piece of public comment is in how how the panel interprets certain criteria. And if I may make a suggestion, that that interpretation be discussed within the subgroup calibration and then brought to the whole group calibration, to the extent that that there is a discussion, not just about the criteria that are covered in the public comment, but any of our criteria and how we want to interpret those. It makes a lot of sense to work out that in their subgroup and then bring it to the whole group. So if that is amenable to folks, I would suggest that that's how we handle that, but just wanted to make sure that that plan sounds good.
Member Odegaard?
Different topic now. And this is procedurally related to the applications that we received. They were supposed to be complete applications. And I could see where the wonderful team that's been supporting us might have looked at these and saw words and thought that they were. I'd like to point us to the application instructions, however, that any supplemental information included in the appendix is in addition to a response. It is not in lieu of a response. And so I just wanted to put out there that I think we should really keep in mind the rule of the application. And I'm curious, we made an assumption these were complete applications that should have been considered by us. We're not beholden to think that that decision has been made because no action was taken.
Yeah, and to just clarify what I think you're saying, when we received applications, the team, the staff accepted them in whatever form they came in and provided them to the panel in that exact form. We did not make any judgments as to whether or not they were complete or whether or not they were responsive to the rubric. It is the job of the panel to decide whether or not what's provided is responsive and meets the minimum criteria basis. So to the extent that you find that something that has been submitted as an application does not meet the bare minimum or the advanced requirements, This is certainly your opportunity to identify that and to bring it to the panel for consideration.
Thank you. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about roles in terms of the different roles that we'll all be playing. So the panelists are going to be, when we are in the subgroups and we are going through our calibration process in particular, panelists, you are there as the content experts, right? And so just want to underscore that when you're in these conversations, you're in the conversations with one another. We will get to that when we talk about the facilitator role in just a moment, but wanted to highlight that you are there as content experts. Chair Kim is not assigned to either subgroup, but will have an opportunity to move between them and to sit with each subgroup at some parts of the day. And she is there as a content facilitator if there are clarification questions needed related to specific content. And of course, she's always, it is always at her choice if she wants to appoint or reference someone else related to content. When we're in the subgroups, your subgroup facilitators, I will be one, and my colleague Vic Diaz, who you met earlier this summer, will be the other. And we are there as timekeepers and really will be as strict as we can be about keeping to the protocol. We're not there to engage in a conversation with you all. There's no time for our voice in there, but there's also no place for our voice in there, right? It really is about all of you. And I think the last piece that I would that I want to make sure is clear is that we do have a little electric timers. We're going to try our best to use them. If the beeping drives people a little nuts, let us know and we can adjust that as we go. My colleague Matt Brunetti will be here in a process facilitation role, moving between the groups. So if we have some major process questions, Matt can help support those while Vic and I are keeping each of the groups on task. Matt is not there to respond to content-oriented questions. We'll direct those to Chair Kim. Each group will need to have a reporter. When we come back to the whole group, that reporter's job is to share out what the subgroup responses were from the subgroup conversation. And during the whole group conversation, Chair Kim will be the facilitator. Any questions? So as always, we want to maximize transparency for the public. So this is a slide we've seen before regarding our study sessions. All conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will continue to be live streamed, and this mic here will continue to be live. Each group will have a reporter who's responsible for sharing aloud the whole group to the whole group any key points from the study session. Any written notes are for personal use only, and the staff will not collect those notes. So if the reporter has a reporting sheet that they are using, that won't be collected by staff. All feedback related to the agenda item and responses to the discussion questions must be shared via oral report. So same as we've done in the past. So let's look at the more detailed breakdown. When we are in subgroup mode, the facilitators are going to lead the panelists one evidence statement at a time. We will then have the panelists share what their ratings were for that evidence statement. We've adjusted the time so that we have more time where we have greater disagreement. So because our requirements are based for the bare minimum is based on minimal, right? Minimal, moderate, and then advanced. We also look at like everything has to be moderate except a few of these, or the flip of what I just said. The point is that the difference between moderate and minimal is vital. The difference between strong and moderate is not as vital at this step. So in terms of calibration time, we want to give more time to allowing the panelists to suss out the differences between moderate and minimal rather than strong and moderate. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes is not a long time for folks to talk. So we really need each panelist to be responsible for their own airtime and responsible for making sure that there is room across the group to hear different opinions. So again, if if we sit down and there is full agreement on the evidence statement, there's not a lot we have to talk about, but we will spend 1 minute just ensuring full agreement, seeing if there's anything anyone wanted to say about that evidence statement in vein of working through calibration. If there is a mix of strong and moderate, we'll give 2 minutes, allowing folks to attempt some agreement and check to see why, why is yours this way? Why is mine that way? Again, in the vein of looking towards calibration. If we have a mixture of moderate and minimal, or if we have all three, strong, moderate, and minimal, we'll put 5 minutes on the clock with time to talk it through. We'll try to make clear distinctions and reach agreement between moderate and minimal. So it could take as few as 20 minutes. It could take as many as 100 minutes. So we have to be mindful of our time. The reporter will share the ratings with the final group, with the whole group, final ratings with the whole group. One thing that I will note that's not written on this slide is if you get to the 5 minutes and you're having significant difficulty determining how to proceed across your group, we will table that evidence statement until we get through all of the evidence statements. And if there is time remaining, we'll be able to engage in that conversation one more time. If there is not time remaining, or if after the second time we still haven't reached a decision, we will bring it to the whole group for the whole group calibration conversation. Any questions?
Member Martinez?
Okay, just to make sure I'm understanding. So let's say we hit the mark, then do we table it? Or is there wiggle room for like we're close to doing this or not? I'm not pushing for wiggle room. I'm just trying to understand the process.
When you say you hit the mark, meaning there's full agreement?
These time slots. So no, it's the we have all three ratings and the moderate and minimal. We're in conversation, trying to, so I guess reach agreement on those elements, and we're not there. Is the facilitator then just going to cut it and we'll table it and we'll come back?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. And hopefully at that point you will have worked through many evidence statements. And so you might have a clearer path forward, or you might also say, oh, we have a number of these. We need to be mindful of the time. Which are we prioritizing? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to just double check my notes before we move into subgroups. We will pause about 20 minutes in. As I mentioned, Matt's going to be acting as our process facilitator. We'll just pause because the two subgroups won't have communicated with each other, just because we're in calibration, see how things are going. Is this process working? So we'll call a little bit of a pause about 20 minutes in just for a process check. We will start with application 4. Both groups will start with application 4. And do our best to sort of stay on time with each other. I see 2 questions.
Member Odegaard?
Where are the cameras so that we can make sure that we're not displaying anything that might be marked with the vendors' names on display on the camera?
Okay, that's a great question. So I believe the camera's coming from here, but sorry, I should speak into the mic. Let me double check that process. I'm fairly sure that we have a steady camera that does not zoom in. That's just a single.
That's correct. We only have one camera. It's in the back of the room. As far as I understand, people watching from the public can see, they can read this. They will not be able to read what's on your paper. Yeah.
And Member Martinez?
So will the facilitator then also, when we're in these discussion sections, keep time for each member so that we ensure that each person at least has the ability to provide like 1 minute input?
So we won't be able to do it at the by member level, simply because for each evidence statement, we can't determine how much time is needed. And if we're in a situation where we have only 2 minutes and we have 4 members, then we're like dividing it out each time. So that's why the burden really is on the panelists to mind their time. And if it continues to be an issue where it's going over, the facilitator will remind, like, let's start, we didn't hear from so-and-so, let's start with them this time, that type of a thing. Thank you for asking. It's an important question. It's hard to imagine how little time 30 seconds is until you have to fit a really important thing in 30 seconds. Okay, well, with the permission of Chair Kim, we'll move into our subgroups. And so I want to invite panelist Odegaard, Gravlin, Wilson, and Guerrero to this table, and your facilitator will stay on the end cap, so you can move 2 chairs here and 2 chairs there. And panelists Grasso, Neeson, Martinez, and O'Brien to this table. And again, Chair Kim will rotate between the groups.
Is it?
The purple one. Yeah.
Something like. Yeah, we're not voting. I am just saying what this work. It's straightforward. We got. I had our morning. So. We're gonna just say like, well, let's find out. Yeah. So, I mean, and so, I don't know, I want to do this. Because I'm having a discussion, because they do have some out. We could interpret applicable papers. I'm not going to say that I agree with the response. I don't want to reiterate because I take a lot of time. I wholeheartedly agree. I'm just saying change. I really want to. Because it was things where the answer to a question is really hard to satisfaction. Oh, wait, you really answered my question. Right there. So that one. I wasn't here, but I wasn't. I think that it is. And part of this is. Oh, okay. So I would have been much more. I almost. Okay, because I was reading it and I was reading how I realized. That's why all right.
Actually, I have the thing that I can always like go back and forth to.
I read lawyer, but It also. That's why. I think the three. I'm fine either. I just wrote down on it, so. I'm not sure. I was just gonna say, I feel like that it's in a different response, but they felt like a lot of similarity. In this section, so I screenshotted this. There's a big notice. They have it. I don't think they were good at it, that's why I never. Yeah. Then all I would say. Isn't there? And then the door. No, I need to. Yes. Right, but I feel it did There's no reference to. This is fine. That's okay.
It's so I feel like all the words.
So, information. So, I did write it out. Yes. Oh, right. All right, so what we want. Yeah, and I know it's about comprehension. Right. So it's sort of. Right. Right, I feel like we have to. Well, maybe you're trying to follow this. For me, sitting in the. Yes.
Okay. So apologies for interrupting. This is a 20-minute check that we mentioned in the slide, and I just wanted to check with each facilitator and see how the process is working.
I'll go ahead for our group. I just wanted to mention, so we've made it through 4 of our evidence statements. 1 we're tabling to come back to, and 1 we just are just about to make sort of our conversation decision on. So overall, the process is going well. We have noticed a couple of things where our reporter is capturing when we land kind of partway between, so that if we table, we know what we're coming back to.
Yep, we also have made it through 4. We're on our 5th one. We've tabled 1 and doing it the same way.
Well, this is around the council.
Yeah.
The other thing I had one more. However. So there's no consideration. They assume. And there are. Sorry. I was kind I will say.
Because it tells me, yeah, I
will say. So that. this is the first one that we're trying to.
I have nothing.
I think it's, you know, we can start.
I do not see anything.
For this one, it's all I can do is start from the. If I have, yes, I have it. They work with me on the request, they are very. And other places that are all. They're also. That's why we should- that's the first thing. We can't talk about that in light of the whole conversation. We're just not there. Well, in 30 seconds.
I thought it was all over the place. I have the line on. I thought it was extremely easy, yeah, this week. Here is exactly. And I. Exactly, that was frustrating to no end. In terms of your actual, like, all of the places. So there was good straight stretching, we're just responding to. At least that's why words.
I agree with everything. This is the overall. I look at that. Yeah. I'm hard pressed for us. It is more about. Yeah. But no, I wasn't. So I have written stuff for it. Okay, so. For me, day six. That's where I really get back. I'm not used Yeah, so, but then when I reread it now. Yeah, I mean, I could echo all of that, and all of the. In particular, and really just didn't like those. So something like that. So even though they did. That's what's in the way down. That's
I don't know. I would say, yeah, I think I read. Yeah. The other. Which one was on their application, they just. I think it's always like, but please do all that. And so I think my notes I have. Yeah, I have. 46. Each 46 calls out the specific domain or yeah, I think that's yeah. I think that yeah,
The first four paragraphs. Because they are addressing how.
This is the one that I got super confused because I checked the so much. Well. Yeah, I can do this. They have it on page 15. They rewrote our rubric as two. They.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they rewrote it. Yeah. So they copied and pasted for two different others. I don't. So it's the same. Good.
Oh, their application, I was in the packet that you put it up.
No, ours is right there.
That's okay.
Well, I don't know. Right, because they don't have any. So that means once.
Yeah, so it would be 45. There. Yeah. Discuss it. Now we're trying to find construct. They don't have anything legal validity, but apply 46 letters. Yeah, which is under age 50. Yeah. Legal and content validity, that's to be two content. Yeah, we think that. So I have a.
I'm trying to find. That's
Whether or not. Or. Number. That's.
there's people you know. We're making a report. We're making a report.
I also. And where it was another. And they didn't offer the initial one. Without original. So there. So there. So like that. Right, but we're. The other I can. I've been pretty good at
Your exercise.
Yeah, I was saying. Also, it's a good question. Also, somebody said, maybe not construction. So they still want.
I never.
Yeah, you're saying that.
I wrote down the resolution 286, so this was like I'm starting to do that section, and then I do another section. I just want to let us just any. And I started because one, this was on this application, and I didn't go over this. 1, 2, 3, I went through this. The very minimum requirements first, and so like all the others started. So I would, yes, and I just started off.
The criteria for success. Performance with a larger battery. Your screen.
Yeah. I think two restrictions. Right, it's not that. It's not about. Okay, that's where In another information. See this?
Judy. Oh, I have. Jealous. We also. Yes, also. That was. So they're really fun. Also, So. Yeah. There's lots of different. Yes. This would be like. Yeah, that's, yeah. All of it, you have to, which tells us something like, but if you were looking at the overall, say, they didn't recognize or. But just the practice there. Overall, does how does it also that's what I'm saying. It is how we set up our minimum. So the only position overall. They use that in the requirement. But we're saying that we have the school on the movement. So it's. Yeah. For the rubric, I think that overall. I have the 13. I wrote I have. How they make the decisions to right. So my notes. There were. Yeah. So. So they're saying. That goes back. I was happy with you. I think it's big on this. My company was. It was. Everything, all the work that was. All that. So. Very. Right. Right. No, I know what you mean. This one. I have no information on how. Yeah. And also, I'm not gonna say that popular, but no. On how it has to be personally, that is. Yeah. That's why I said. Really hard. I'm just very. actually all this one.
No, you're right. I was thinking about it. Yeah, so I was just.
No, that was.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's why not obvious. This. Are we all, and what is that if we say that there would be more? You say that's what it is. I don't know, I don't. Necessarily accurate, but I feel like I'm trying to get through. It's because it's population. And all kinds of this, where I. Yeah, I know. Asians are higher than this. Yeah.
Let's do this. Yeah. Great. Yeah. On the. I'll go start. I guess they have their pictures. Yeah. Yeah. usually obviously, but.
So. Yeah, I did. So, for me, so.
Also, I would say that their response to your. But this is.
So that's we're going to water. But you're just promoting, so I don't think the
I would find.
Right. Okay, so.
I don't want to go around. Two. We have two, three first. Yeah.
Yeah. They're there.
So for one thing. I got the. Are you okay?
Two more.
This is a 1-minute warning.
We were 20 minutes ago.
Let me know when you want me to.
All right, thank you so much, subgroups. We'll have you stay where you're seated right now, but I did want to give you an update. And Chair Kim, with your permission, is it okay if I move us to the next? Okay, thank you. We're quite beyond our current our allotted time. So we're going to make some changes, but I think in order to ensure that we don't have to send you all to lunch at like 2:30, we're going to go ahead and send you to lunch now and have you return at 12:30. I know it's about 55 minutes, but if you could please make sure to be here and ready to go at 12:30. We have quite a bit more work to do this afternoon. So please make sure you're here and ready to go. And Chair Kim, with your permission, I can have us pause the meeting for lunch. Great, thank you so much. See you at 12:30.
Okay, seeing all panelists present, we are going to, with permission from Chair Kim, we will return to our subgroups to work through application 11. Okay, and Chair Kim gives permission. We'll go ahead and move into those subgroups now. Thank you.
We'll see if we can share Yes.
All right.
We were just like, no, he needs to be. I said,
housekeeping things. Which we have a bunch of shots. First of all, second thing, we have shown to sort of at the top, give me a ration. Say your mind, as opposed to just say your mind, and then we'll set the timer. Yeah, we used them all under the last one, which is good. I'm gonna try to do this one. Okay, so are you ready to go? Okay. Okay. Everything's good for the good word before we dive in. All right, and here we go. Application number 11, starting off with 181. What do we have? Strong. Strong. Okay, so let's do 2 minutes for this one. I think he's my model. He's yeah, I agree. I understand. So, you know, I mean, it was concurrent and yeah. And the rent, there's no. Totally agree. That's exactly what I was saying. I did. No, I did. I said that. Just doing everything on the side. I was. So strong. Okay. Let's do 182.
On set, the carbon set. Not set. I just want to make sure. I want to reread it, not that. Okay. I want to. What did they say that was?
It's not really about the.
There's
someone who's struggling. Right, next one is 1, 8. 1, 8. For instance, in other Russian and how. I was from modern. This is strong. Within 2 minutes. Yeah, what was this one stronger?
It was, they said it was not said. And they described it wrong. So I thought it was, they're rational. Thorough on the bottom.
So I this one they were using. I said I was unbelievable visual. And you know, and the visual, it's not butter, not heat. So that timing, well, the, move on now to the. The one meeting. The search should include. Hopefully. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, we're not allowed. We're not allowed to say it. Oh, that'd be cool. You know, that would. Next time. I put strong. I think that's strong. Great. 2 minutes. We have time, don't worry about, yeah, go ahead.
Talks about exception law. 29. Oh, that's hard. I felt like the decision, this is about the art of description of the city.
Yeah. I'm not going to do that. That's more conceptual.
For me, this is not a session. This whole so
Sort of split between strong and heavy. Okay. 1, 2. They support each task. Stronger.
goes between the two.
Makes it so strong.
The role of the
Also, do this perception on knowledge that you guys talks. The knowledge and knowledge. Very strong and the knowledge.
Yes.
The group states for instruments and any of this other tasks have been constructed appropriately. Strong mind. Strong one.
Is it constructive? I think that's. That's. That's great that everybody did. So, I think that we should come more. I don't think those, but I even for that.
No, one.
Yeah, that's strong.
Strong, okay.
It was strong. Okay.
So we have a good mix. Sure. All right, great. One.
I have a note that there was just talking about these level where we didn't need it first. Today. A interpretation of values. I was reading. I also, yeah, also.
All that matters. With a small here, two. Right, so it's going to two. So it's two, one. All right, there we go. Corporate or wider investments for different tasks. Over the same fire. That's a lot. Listen, for 2D. It's just, you just start with your TV. Is it not over 2D?
But that's because for this specific. Yeah, but you're supposed to go first.
Yeah, I want to make sure that
You want
everybody
all
gets it.
five of us, we're very, very sorry.
We have a strong.
I didn't know. I was on it.
Okay, we have all three. I can take a lot of my now. 5 minutes. Sure, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Yeah, so let me start with, I'm sorry, sure, Kim, go ahead. Sorry, good job.
So for them, they did not require. It's for the correlation among others and members. So thinking being next one is for 90, I don't know what I mean. I actually put on the screen. And we don't know exactly how to take this. So I know that I will come. The reliability of funding. Not only the second, but the and
We're moderate. Yeah, we're at 2DI. Then we get to
So, I don't know what to say.
was moderate, you can also, right, well, I also think even bigger than that, I think the reliability. Right, but in
So yeah, now.
No, minimal reviews.
I'm gonna say moderate. And she puts up. They don't keep it. They don't try to make these things be reliable. I would know that. A mixture of.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're in the thing, she's moderate, but also.
Well, minimal one is, again, not.
So. We'll table this one. We'll go back. Break down this. Okay, now. GBT is reliability. Oh, I'm sorry, should. That is. GBT. If the moment is. GBT reliability. Provides subgroups. Such as review gender.
You said.
Except groups.
And those percentage are the minimum, right?
On which one? So again, it's finished.
Share this with our. I love this level of what you told us. Travel. Very nice. Could do this. Calibration. So that's a very good favorite. After this, all high law. Not very.
This so. Calibration. What?
So what else?
And that's, those are all statutes. I didn't see, I missed how well they were Spanish one. But, so that's, I so I'm.
I want to clarify something about interpreting so many tests. If this was a significant test, by chance alone, you would have such high correlation. I'm looking at the correlation. We're presenting so many, there's 250. What if what if ours that we would have some that is flagged that would come up with being strong, because that's important. The plan, 15, I think is for which is in control. I don't know the thing, it's still based on the parametrics, physics, or good my world. Not a person, but what I don't know. That's why this is actually a conceptual question, but an important question. So it's a sidebar. And that's what I think. I don't need. I think it's important. Conceptual. So I do appreciate what it is. Thank you for that. We're unanimous.
Well, I know, when you. After the last session.
Oh.
Well, I'm trying to think about when I say they're online. Right, and so I can't just say yes, but not, and no, that's why I'm trying, so that I'm pushing, because I want to make sure.
And so I'm going to give this version, and discuss if we have time, which specific.
I get it, she's saying.
So that's I for you first, that she did that. So, we'll move on then to. So check that out. From the top of the
Yeah.
Anything that says information.
I know, yeah, the multiple they made one. Yeah, it's really broken.
I'm not.
I know it's a listen section, but I thought I remembered them actually because I thought it was strange for this substantial development where they like did a chat GPT. That's true. Right. So maybe that's.
they were doing, we still have, we included a lot of references, there are a lot of references. But again, they're kind of doing more than this. They look, and so it's coming from somewhere our structure. How to enforce it. And I don't think we're easy to do that.
I thought it was clear about what they were assessing. Yeah, those were my things. I thought it was clear.
As like a labor, same very similar what. I think they did a great job of trying to make these sort of pass. But we specifically asked those items to pass. And so we're choose identify that.
I think they
use this non-standard way of work for choice or traffic pass. All that is. It's, they didn't tell us how or why they set items that would be put in that pass. And so they motivated the pass selection, not the item. And they did that, they definitely really so it's, again, we're trying to. Sad because I'm not like this overall application.
So this is the bare minimum. Correct, that's the impact.
If they had more elaborate words, words, what about those are all kinds of things that words.
It says, represents partial.
Let's take this one. The next two.
Yeah, that's right.
More clear. The next two is construct. Circulating information showing that certain instrument is and constructs for students. Yeah, they did that all. It's actually, it's almost like some really good stuff. I'm sure that we need to go back to the is concurrent origins. Overall, yeah.
Wait, are we on? No, sorry.
So
Ladies, sorry. The tables are.
Oh, I broke it down.
So,
I just saw page number, that it out. Moderate and quick changes. 2 minutes.
But I remember thinking, this is the
Watch this. Wait, you have a brief 5-minute conversation. That's good work.
Okay, maybe.
Well, we've got, they have, they're sort of simple. No, it's person.
They do the same thing. And they do have. Okay, sorry. Yeah. These are all. Right? I don't think so. Hold on. There's on page 207, it's against that. Right. They did.
We're thinking to we're split between. Yeah.
We're shocked.
You just made. Chair, you just made them all read a big siren.
So, the reason why, so, I knew something. So kids and
So with that. There's also been. So.
so. Request for moderate. To work between moderate. Still. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, or moderate.
Okay, we're getting down to. There.
We did criteria meeting. So now we're back to. Two.
You just heard the last half. And we're moderate. And then we gotta see to go backwards. Or to concert. You just said, so now we're on two criteria. Hold it on. Whole. So 2D2 criteria is classification factors. Specificity, and specificity. Let's take 5 minutes to talk about what we have. We start with them. Really clear. So what makes it moderate? Then we can talk about what makes it moderate.
Just looking at the numbers, looking forward to it. Yeah, so please turn. Because I read it that it still. Okay. Okay.
This. Here's a. But I don't think we need to table this. I think we have 3 minutes.
I agree.
Okay. Recruit their needs. Next one is 2D3 criteria. Types of decision. Benchmarking with goals and decisions. For evaluation. Subgroups and commission. Strong letter.
Well, this is one that I did. So,
Let's make sure we get everything else. You're okay, you're okay. The one line, one. Let's again start with the first. What makes you-
the city. Very cool. So, this one, I guess, what they talked about. I was very, and I think that's why it was very. For this, it may not be for this. Evaluated as a work, so various possibilities here. May not be appropriate. I thought that you know. So we talk about some There's no
I would say it's not.
River said some. For me, it's not. because. So. Yeah, I don't get what you're saying, I just am trying to think about. The financial. I'm more about. I mean, gives a rationale for why they get. They give a rationale, so find this person based on national. So so I'm saying, whether I agree with it or disagree with it, the fact is they can give rationale. It's, for me, it is unacceptable. That's just. We have 4 on. Okay, so it's still 31 seconds. Can you just explain a little further what you were wanting? Good morning. So, it's some data about it in this kind of. And how we can this. I do feel like we're talking about it, and I can't find it right now. I feel like I feel that section. If you, in this section, talk about it against the standard. I'm trying to find it, 255, but I don't know which. Skip that. Some correlations. It's talking about in. I get it, I'm just saying. The super is asking you to give it.
Because it's a transition, right? Yeah, it's very important. I'm not trying to say it's perfect. I'm trying to say it's so limited.
So one thing we can really have is highlight information from and this is also the reason I'm using it. You don't really respond. Again, the finish section, I didn't do it. Analysis. So how much do you pay for us? Or it's our job. We have really some conversation. Yeah.
We're gonna do we're gonna do a whole loop. We apply that a bunch.
This one's a different, doesn't say some exceptions. So is that for me, I just want to call that. This particular section is what is there that you can consider not incorrect. And see, or is it just missing something like?
So it sounds like it is.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's correct.
For others, it's etc. Psychological 2D. California students. Information on the participants who participated. So, strong. Minimal. Yeah, strong.
I received my grade on I have it.
Yeah. But then say minimal. Okay, we now get to 3. Communication and resources. Also, 3, 1. Let's just take 2 days.
Our subgroup has reached the end of application 11, so we are gonna take a break on this side of the room. And we look forward to the whole group conversation.
I appreciate it. And also for English language for the special. I think the guidance I thought it was fine. I don't know, yeah. Another. Sure. Yeah.
Resources are gained with a professional. To this. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of a evolution. It's kind of same thing I felt. It's exactly perfectly sufficient. Right. Yeah. Three safeguards to protect students.
They have to protect. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna start 3 and 1. How information. Strong. Let's try to do this. So let's have the moderate start with why it is reasonable and somewhat. That's correct. You're fine. The population. But we're not going to sort of do we might. It's too much. Resources are building multiple things. How's Stone? In 1 minute. Why is it yes. They acknowledge that they have other developers, or at least that they're and then here's yeah. So I think yeah, we'll I have a one with the songs. We did that earlier. Right, right. We said if we had time. And so. So because it's a whole, we're probably. Essentially have the same conversation. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. So I think you can do 10 minutes. Is it a wonder? Okay. We're gonna come back to our. Yeah, sorry. Yes. We're not gonna be. You got it.
Talk about how I feel doing that.
Letting us.
Hello, everyone. I think we're going to take a break. Hi, Chair Kim. If it's okay with you, Chair Kim, to take a 10-minute break. It's 2:04 right now, so we'll take a break until 2:14. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to whole group, everyone. Good to see you all. First of all, thank you so much for the time and effort that you all spent going through calibration and going through those 2 applications. It's a heavy lift and a heavy amount of work, so thank you all for your efforts in doing so. For the whole group calibration, we are going to change gears a bit because time continues to move forward, even though we'd like to pause it. And we want to make sure our aim is to get through the whole group conversation of both of these applications while still leaving some time at the end for a check on the requirements and public comment, and if possible, debriefing our process. That said, we need to focus in on the whole group conversations first. So we'll do our best to move through that. Because of that, we are going to recommend that when there's full group across, full agreement across both groups, that we move forward without taking the single minute. And that for strong and moderate, if that is across the 2 groups, a strong and moderate difference, that we go for a 1-minute discussion time and as opposed to a 2-minute. That way we're really holding the amount of time for moderate and minimal as needed. Chair Kim, is that acceptable? Okay, wonderful. The other thing I would like to remind everyone as we move into this section is to refer to our applications by number, right? We're going to continue using our number associations with all applications. I'm going to just check my slides. Yeah. And I think we are ready. I will turn facilitation back over to Chair Kim to work with the subgroup reporters to share out, and I will stay here in a timekeeping role. Any questions before we do so?
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Apple. So let's go
Oh, I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm so sorry. One
Yeah,
more
go
thing. Rather than going top to bottom with the application,
Mhm.
we would like to start with psychometrics section 2, because that is the area where within the subgroups, we had the greatest amount of conversation and want to make sure that we have the time as needed. So what we're suggesting is that we start with application number 4, psychometrics.
All right, so let's start with the group, maybe the group which was sitting here, maybe it can report out first and then the other group.
And do you want me to just
Report
go,
address,
you want me to just go down the list and tell
We're
you
gonna start with the psychometrics part, which is.
Yeah.
One
Uh-huh.
evidence statement at a time.
one statement at a time? Okay.
Okay,
So for 2D1 reliability, we had minimal.
And for the other group?
2D1 reliability, we had moderate.
Okay, so hearing a difference between moderate and minimal. That's 5 minutes on the clock. Chair Kim?
all right,
So our comments for minimal were that with time tasks, they should not be using interreliability. maybe a different measure should be used, and I will defer to Chair Kim if she has more to add to that.
Sure. So there are different types of reliability that are appropriate for different types of tasks. For timed and speeded tasks, individuals do not reach all the items, and therefore using internal consistency, which was examined in this one using IRT-based marginal reliability, is not really appropriate. So for timed tasks, either test, retest, or alternate form reliability are appropriate. The majority of assessments are timed. So that was one that we noted.
And for the group that noted moderate, were there comments regarding why moderate?
We started split. We had discussion and we agreed on moderate. We felt like the tables that I think are on page 41 and 42, but I'm not 100% sure, met the threshold of the rubric.
Member Odegaard?
I will say from that group though, I failed to alert the group to the fact that Chair Kim is exactly right, and that in any technical manual, you wouldn't be allowed to use that psychometric for the reliability position. So that was my shortcoming, so I failed you guys. But I concur with Chair Kim's assessment of that those aren't appropriate metrics for that section.
Any other comments? Okay, can we move on to the next?
So do we have a final rating from the whole group?
Oh, so we need to discuss that?
So we'll need to, in order to then get to the requirement section.
Right, okay. Okay, so let's open up.
Yeah, we have about 2.5 minutes. So I think what I was hearing from panelist Odegaard is that he feels more comfortable with the minimal rating at this point.
Correct, because I failed to make the consideration of the format of the testing when I was looking at the usability or appropriateness of the metric, which I should have alerted my group to.
Thank you. For others in that group, yes, panelist Wilson.
So so you're saying that for some of them, they used timed reliability scores that should not have been used? Is for some of the items, is that, I just want to make sure I understand the minimal score.
So all the phonological awareness, phonics, and word recognition tasks are timed. And they're basically speeded tasks.
And the reason I'm asking is on the rubric, it says the reliability for some is not compelling. So I was trying to figure out, are we talking about some? Are we talking about most? Because that would make a difference between a strong and a minimal score.
Maybe we can go back to the specification of the tasks. My memory of it, so all reading fluency is definitely timed. Their phonological awareness is timed. Phonics word recognition is timed. Language comprehension, I don't think it was it. Can someone remind us?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, great. And print concept, does anyone remember?
We have about 30 seconds left for this conversation.
From what I remember from our conversation is that one of the reasons that our group gave it a moderate was that it didn't, everything fit the description written on the rubric, except that there was not a clear grade level assigned. So there was no information available for that.
So at this time, because our 5 minutes is up, if the panel has an agreement, we can note it. If they do not, we can mark this one to come back, and time allowing, we can review it after the other evidence statements have been reviewed. So Chair Kim, do we have agreement across the panel? And again, this is not a vote. This is sort of general.
Mhm. I don't think we have agreement, and I think that actually we were gonna check on the nature of tasks.
Okay, so we will return to this item. Okay. That brings us to 2D2 for reliability. And again, we'll go to panelist Grasso for your group, your rating for your group.
Yeah, for 2D2, we were also minimal.
Okay, panelist Wilson.
Minimal.
So we have agreement. 2D2 for reliability as minimal. Okay, we will move forward to the next one. I'm going to wait just a moment to make sure that. Okay, we had agreement on 2D2 reliability, so we'll move now to 2D1 content validity. Member Grasso?
Moderate.
Moderate.
Okay, so we have agreement again on this one, so we will move on to 2D1 construct validity. 2D1 construct validity, panelist Grasso.
We were minimal.
Okay,
Minimal.
again, agreement, so we will move forward. 2D1 criterion validity. Member Grasso.
We were split between moderate and minimal, and we wanted to hear what the other group, or where the other group was at for that one.
Thank you. Member Wilson.
We agreed on minimal. We started out split, but we agreed on minimal and, yeah, we agreed on minimal. And we said, the subgroups, we found some information. This is one of them where we were having the conversation about where do you find the information? Because it was not in that section. And that we did find some information about subgroups on page 286 of the application. So we really had to search around. So that's why we landed on minimal.
I did go ahead and hit start on the 5-minute timer, although if the panel doesn't want the whole time, certainly let me know. Panelist Grasso, you expressed that your group wanted to hear a bit about how the other group reached that conclusion. Is there more information that you would like?
Yeah, for ours, I have two things that we wrote down. First was that we were wanting to hear what the other group would have considered the sum and acceptable part of the rubric. So hearing that they marked it as minimal is helpful for us. And the other item that, or part of that we wanted to discuss was the actual criterion measure that was chosen when reporting this. And I think the other group also answered that that was at minimal for them. So I think the sense of our group would be that we would probably shift to minimal.
Seeing agreement from the group. So for 2D1 criterion validity, the panel has generally agreed that this is minimal.
I'm sorry, Ms. Soffel. Are we on, I don't know why I thought we were on 2DI criterion validity.
We are.
We are, okay, you said.
Did I
2D
mistake? I'm sorry.
You said 2D1, so I was confused. I just wanted to clarify.
2D1, it's a little tricky, right?
I know.
2D1 criterion validity
Okay.
for a minimal.
We were minimal.
Yeah.
We had already agreed.
And so it sounds like I saw some yeses from the rest of the group. Okay, so that will be minimal. Moving to 2D2 criterion validity. Panelist Grasso?
This is another one where we were split between moderate and minimal, and we wanted to hear what the other group was leaning towards. We also have noted that for this two D2 and two D3, there's also an overall ranking that we would come to between for criterion validity. So for two D2, we thought that overall ranking would be minimal.
And panelist Wilson?
So our group said that overall it meets the bare minimum, but we also said we also all voted minimal for the subgroups because it does not address student subgroups. So overall it met the bare minimum, but our rubric score would be minimal.
Okay, so just to clarify, when we're looking at our bare minimum requirements, those are for overall samples as opposed to the student groups. And so what I think I'm hearing you say, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that your overall score would be moderate because it's acceptable, but your student groups would be minimal.
Well, this is where we have a problem with the rubric because the rubric calls out student groups. So we would have to give it we all agreed that we would have to give it a rubric score of minimum. So we're unclear about where to go with that.
So the rubric score would be minimum because that's based on the student groups. But in terms of the requirement, the bare minimum requirements where you were saying it passed, is there a minimum, moderate, or strong that your group discussed?
Moderate. For the moderate for the bare minimum, minimal for the rubric score. Very clear, I'm sure.
And Grasso?
Ours was, I think, the opposite. Well, no, not really. Ours was minimal for the bare minimum, and we were kind of between moderate and minimal. And I believe, again, I think our group would probably shift to minimal after this discussion. But anybody from my group, feel free to jump in.
Member Neeson?
Yeah, I think what we're probably in agreement with the other group where we said we didn't feel there was enough evidence to give this a moderate rating, that it would be minimal just according to the rubric because of the subgroups being missing from this particular part of the rubric evidence. But if we had to look at it for that bare minimum qualifications, as Member Wilson stated, it would be moderate in order to pass the bare minimum phase.
For the overall sample.
For the overall sample, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just switched it.
Yeah, I have still a question. I'm not sure the other group, I've heard the other group weigh in on, which is about the criterion measure. And that I really struggled with there being a lack of evidence for why this measure was selected as the criterion measure, and some concern on my part since it's the same company's measure. And so I wanted to hear from the other group, because for me, that was a ding. I mean, they need additional evidence to then say, and this is why this criterion measure was the right one to select, and not rely on our own knowledge than the validity evidence for that measure. So I do want to hear from the other group about how they weighed that.
We did weigh that, and I didn't write notes about it. So we had the same discussion about the fact that they were comparing to a product that was also theirs. So we had the same conversation and concern and considered it a ding.
Member Odegaard?
And I can say that we weren't solid on even the moderate with our group. Wanted to get to this stage to have this conversation. We could easily be swayed to say that not having a criteria measure that you are saying has been validated through some more traditional means to some external product that you don't control would be more warranted and more standard evidence for this type of process. So we have no reason to say that you're not exactly right, and that we shouldn't put it to minimum even for the whole thing.
1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. If anyone has further comments.
Yes, because I was under the understanding that we did say minimal because we didn't like the fact that they didn't use other data other than the same data from two different products from the same company. And so that wasn't really giving us the validity information that we need, that it wasn't comparing, it was comparing two assessments from the same people versus comparing it from an outside source or other standardized assessments that they could have used, or any other example, like, so I was under the impression that that's one of the reasons we leaned towards the minimal on this particular item.
I have a question. Are you,
Member Ryan, yep.
yes,
Mhm.
are you referring to the overall bare minimum or the rubric subgroups?
I know it was minimal on the rubric, and I thought we did minimal. Ms. Wilson, I mean, did we do minimal on
We-
overall?
We said that it met the bare minimum, but that it was minimal for the
rubric.
student groups.
Yeah.
We did in fact have a conversation about the fact that the two measures being compared were from the same vendor. Yes? We're on 2D2, yes?
Mhm.
Yes, you're correct, and I stand by that.
Okay. We're at time for that one. I do believe we heard the same thing across the groups, so I think we're okay to move forward. This is another 1-2D3 criterion validity, where the bare minimum requirements are looking at the overall sample, whereas the rubric references subgroups. So again, we'll have that secondary conversation if the rubric is at a minimum. So panelist Grasso,
This 2D3, correct?
2D3 criterion validity.
Okay, yes, so we were again, kind of split between moderate and minimal. We thought for the bare minimum requirement of this, like the overall, we would have marked it at moderate. But for the subgroups, there was limited info specifically for English learners, and that's why we were also debating minimal as well.
Thank you. Panelist Wilson?
So I would say our conversation was almost a mirror of that. We said it met the bare minimum. We were split between moderate and minimal for the student groups, particularly English learners, and how to proceed with any, in regards to language proficiency. We didn't think there was much clarity there.
So I've gone ahead and added the time to the clock if there's conversation that anyone would like to have about moderate to minimal.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back to them. On this one, this was another one where we had challenges finding where the information was. Is this correct, 2D3? Yeah, so we couldn't find things by student subgroup. We thought we found it on page 324 of the application. But we also did not feel like there was a lot of information about what you should do in terms of language proficiency and guidelines around that.
Thank you. Member Martinez? Panelist Martinez?
Yeah, I want to support what the other group is saying too. I felt like that this application in particular really relied on us to do a lot of work. And even in doing a lot of work, I felt the evidence around language proficiency considerations in general was very weak or non-existent.
3.5 minutes. So to sum up where I think we are, both of the subgroups said that for overall sample, that this would be moderate, but that for the student subgroups, as judged by the rubric, that they were sort of dancing between minimal and moderate and wanted to reach some conclusion. So my recommendation would be to focus on that piece, minimum, making a decision about minimum or moderate as it affects the subgroups for 2D3 criterion validity.
And we're discussing that still. Okay, so
for the next
our
2 minutes and 50 seconds.
So I think our group was definitely more towards the minimal side when taking into account the subgroups, and I think our specific concern was the English learner reporting, and that came up, I would say, frequently in this section for us. So I think we'd lean towards minimal.
Panelist Wilson?
Yeah, our group had a similar conversation and want to point out that the rubric clearly says by student subgroup. That is the last 3 words of the rubric. And so we kept going back to that, like, we just don't know, you know, it doesn't really call out what to do about language proficiency levels or those kinds of things. So we were definitely leaning towards the minimal piece and struggling to find if we were on the right page, because we were looking trying to find Appendix F, which they referenced, and some of us found it, some of us found it while we were talking. So it was, to remember Martinez's point, we had to do a lot of work.
Thank you. Member, Panelist Rivera?
And this I'll bring back to my opening remarks to the application instructions, which were to write clearly a response, and that anything in a supplement was in addition to a response. To not provide a response was not to address the criteria. They did not address the criteria in multiple places, and this is one example.
Thank you. We have about a minute left. It sounds like the panel is leaning towards minimal. Okay, so again, for overall sample, moderate, but for the subgroup for 2D3 criterion as reflected on the rubric, it is minimal. Okay, moving forward to 2D1, representative of California students. Panelist Grasso?
Moderate.
Panelist Wilson?
Our group was split on this and we did not come to a consensus. So we had 3 moderate, 1 minimum.
Okay, so I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. Panelist Wilson, do you want to start with the thinking of your group?
Sure. We had a member who felt that the representation for special education and socioeconomic background was just not substantive enough to represent California's demographics. Those are called out on page 324 of the application. And there was a very small number of low SES, particularly in the kinder group. And I don't remember where the special education low number came from. So I took scratchy notes, sorry.
Thank you. Panelist Grasso, anything that you want to respond to from your group before we open it up?
I don't believe, I'd have to defer to some of the other group members because I think we were all in agreement with that one. So I don't know if we really discussed that particular category that much. I don't have anything written down.
Okay. Anything others would like to weigh in on? Member Edgar?
I'll just add that since the socioeconomic status was in the example given, it wasn't necessarily clear that you would have to do that. I will say that looking at their tables, that I don't think they disaggregated their data appropriately statistically, because I don't think I don't think they had variable information for what they reported in these monstrous amount of tables at the end of it, and that they just kind of dumped this in and they didn't actually show us all their work. So I have reason to suspect that they were actually glomming together and not disaggregating, and that they actually have kids who are labeled as something other than what they are because they just didn't have the label in their data in the first place. Because their sample is coming from regions of our country which are disproportionately represented by low SES. So the fact that they had so few isn't there, which means they didn't do the work statistically that we asked them to do.
Thank you. Questions or responses? So we have about 2.5 minutes left, and so we need to determine minimal or moderate. Panelist Wilson?
So I guess I have a question because it sounds like the other group was all moderate. We were 3 moderate, 1 minimal. Do we need to get consensus? Is that the process? Yes? Okay.
Question. Would we vote on whether we are in consensus as to the moderate or minimal?
So it's a good question. We're not doing any voting
No, not even
at
on that?
all because
Okay.
we don't want to signal that. I'll read through the process just so it's in everyone's mind. When an agreement can't be reached in the allotted time, we'll move on to the next evidence statement. And after reviewing all the evidence statements, the chair will return us to any outstanding evidence statements and allot the amount of time for further discussion if we need it. If a decision still cannot be reached between minimal and moderate, right, which is where the requirements kick in, on an individual evidence statement, we're going to ask the chair or an appointee of the chair to make a final determination. Panelist Neeson?
So when I was looking at this part of the rubric, and it talks about e.g. grade, age, gender, race, etc., to me, that's examples rather than an exhaustive list of what should be included. So for the sake of the sample sizes, there were 350,000 students considered in the example size. This seemed to be acceptable evidence that there were samples of students who were representative of our populations. So to me, that moved it from the minimal to the moderate because we didn't necessarily state that they had to have all of those things. Here's just an example of the subgroups we might be looking for.
Thank you.
So I think that's one of the things that came up in our discussion. So when across several evidence statements, we asked them to report by subgroups, but the subgroups are examples, right? And some applications report extensively, whereas others don't, right? So we have to think about to what extent we're going to hold them account for the number of subgroups they report. So that's one thing that we really have to consider. And I think our intent when we worked on the rubric was there's a very specific reason why we put it as an example, because we know that it's not going to be possible for all the vendors to examine all these subgroups.
So we're at our time and we would need to determine if this is going to be marked as minimal or moderate, or if you want it to be tabled.
As the holdout, I'm fine with moderate.
Other members of that group comfortable with moderate?
Yeah, comfortable with moderate. The oddity of this one is it clearly indicates that there's an error in representation of what they're reporting in the statistics. So I'm not a holdout, but it is interesting that as we delve into these complexities that we are finding things that we would ask people to correct mathematically or numerically.
Thank you. So that took us through the psychometric section. We do have one item that we said we were going to table, which was 2D1 reliability. Is that correct? Just want to double check that with my team. Yeah, okay. So we only have one that we potentially would come back to. We are trying to get to the end of this application within about 12 minutes. So let's see how the remainder of our time goes. We're going to start at the top with evidence 1A1. And seeing as I had panelist Grasso lead off last time, panelist Wilson, would you like to lead off for this section?
Yeah, we did not have agreement on this. We ended up with 2 moderate, 2 minimal. We all felt that it was very unclear, the response. And so we really struggled with this one. We'd love to hear what the other group said.
Panelist Grasso?
For this, for 1A1, right?
1A1.
So we actually came to agreement with moderate. In the beginning, I think we were kind of a little bit all over. We had some strong, some moderate. We might have had 1 minimal on this particular statement, but after discussion, we felt that for what the rubric was asking for theoretical framework, it met the acceptable standard of providing a theoretical framework. We didn't think it was the best theoretical framework, but for what the rubric said, we thought, okay, it provided an acceptable theoretical framework, and that's why we landed at moderate.
So we're discussing a potential difference between moderate and minimal, and so I put 5 minutes on the clock. We've got 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Others who want to weigh in on this topic? Perhaps it'd be helpful to hear from panelist Grasso's group, seeing as they were able to reach agreement within the group, or they're members of that group who'd like to share.
Actually, I was wondering if the other group could share their thoughts for a minimal, because we did have discussion on this item. There was a range of, kind of at the evidence level.
So I didn't even write down I know we ended with 2-2 and I don't remember who the 2 and who the 2. So I'm going to just say that right now. But I will say that in my notes, one of the things that was this section in general was very unclear. It kind of, I didn't feel like it responded to the prompt. We did start discussing that, okay, the theoretical framework is in there. We found that piece. We weren't sure, well, I think we weren't sure about whether it discussed it by grade level, which is clearly called out in the rubric. So, and that, I think that was the main gist of our conversation. Is first we had a hard time understanding where is the theoretical framework. We finally found it, and then had a discussion about that. But then we still were feeling that what's assessed at which grade levels was not very well explained, or their framework about why they do what they do at each grade level was not very clear.
Member Odegaard?
Yeah, it was me and Tammy, but Tammy swayed me and her team because I have detailed notes on this application in particular. We found that their over-reliance on the discussion of oral reading fluency to drive the thing just set us up from the beginning to think this wouldn't even be appropriate, as they rightly said, for a kindergarten entry level person, and that the justification they gave to then break down within the foundational skills in particular was wanting in the application of the theoretical perspective, so that they in essence kind of ignored half the grade span, because you really don't even get into reliably measuring ORF in your sample with most of them until you kind of get at least, early is probably the end of first grade. So where was the focus on K and 1.5? And they relied heavily on the nature of how they administer the test to say that basically it's on a continuum of skill, opposed to saying that there would be educational standards, which would then guide instructional targets. And the whole second part of this is to be instructionally impactful and meaningful in the context it's being used. So the ignoring of the fact that we do have grade level standards in California, we do need practical, actionable information, seemed to be wanting from a theoretical framework. But that's where we came to, was we thought that their lack of response to the grades then watered down and created the less than optimal theoretical framework.
1 minute.
I think in our group, the range was at least those points.
Into the
related-
mic, please.
Sorry. What was that?
Just into the mic so we can hear you.
Okay, so in our group, the points that were kind of closer to the minimal was very much related to that aspect. The framework, simple view of reading, does not really include reading fluency. If you really read it, and there's no reading fluency, but then they really heavily rely on that. And simple view of reading and subsequent models really talk about developmental differences. The extent to which different subskills matter depends on developmental phases, and there's no indication of such, and that's no connection of those aspects to the measurement. That's really pointed out by the other groups. So that was kind of one of the pieces that was close to the minimal.
Thank you. So has the panel moved any closer to minimal versus moderate?
Martinez, member Martinez and Wilson. Yeah. And O'Brien.
Yeah, I was split between this and I felt like the evidence was really lacking by grade level. And we call that out in the criteria. I felt like they used like a general grade band, like here's this in general and yes, relied on then this continuum of the assessment and the assessment, kind of weeding this out without really linking theory to the constructs by grade level. So I would lean more towards minimal.
And we are at time, so we need to have sort of the quick responses around minimal versus moderate. And if we can't reach it, we table and defer.
I do you have something?
No, go ahead.
No, I don't have anything else to add.
Member Wilson?
Well, I would say I was minimal and based on what Chair Kim said and Member Martinez, I still feel like it's the early grades. It's K&1 and it's an early reading screener. So that was hard for me because I couldn't figure out where it was grounded for K&1.
I'm okay with with saying minimal for myself within our group.
I think the question is the other group was at moderate for this one, correct, Grasso? Phyllis Grasso?
Yeah, we ended up at moderate, but we had discussion around this between moderate and minimal. I think like
I'm still hearing a lot of back and forth between moderate and minimal, so I think my suggestion would be to table and move to the next.
okay.
Okay, so for 1A1, we are going to table, and I'm going to just step aside for a quick process check from Ms. Holmes.
Hi there. So as I mentioned earlier, we're a little bit, well, not just a little bit, we're quite behind schedule. We still have the whole group discussion to go for application number 11. We had intended to do a holistic review today. I think we're going to go ahead with Chair Kim's blessing and maybe not do that today. But we also still have the debrief on the process to do today, as well as our check-in on the bare minimum and advanced requirements. So did just want to suggest that perhaps we, the really important part here is the discussion and the calibration, but wanting to see if maybe it makes some sense to maybe spend another 10 minutes or so on this full group discussion before moving on to application 11. The idea here is that we would be wrapping up by 5 p.m.
Member Mason?
Can I ask a process question?
Yeah.
So I understand we're doing the calibration to understand how people are landing on the scoring. But my question for the whole group piece in this part of the calibration is that if it's my understanding, if an application doesn't meet the bare minimum requirements, then we don't even need to look at the other elements. So my wondering for us to continue this conversation right now is would we just return to 2D1 and finish that calibration? Because if that ends up at minimal, then we wouldn't even be discussing the rest of these elements.
Yeah.
So might I suggest that we just go back to that one and have that conversation? And then move into the other application where we might discuss more of these other elements if it ends up that way.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a good question for Chair Kim's consideration. I will say, I think you're absolutely right. I think the two different options here, if you want to go back and look at all of the areas where you all had differing opinions in both that section 1 and section 3 as well as section 2, there might be some benefit or value in that in terms of practicing talking about those. However, if we truncate that time, you may not just talk about those anyways. So yeah, it's certainly up to you. And you may end up talking about those criteria when you talk about the next application as well. So I defer to Chair Kim.
Okay, Member Wilson, please.
I would like to hear what the other group landed on each of the others, even if we just do it and don't have any discussion, because then it's something I can perk on as I'm moving forward with calibration. So I'd like to hear the score. I don't care if we discuss it, but at least it'll give us a sense of how close we are to each other and make it fast.
Yeah, I agree with that one, yes. So
Okay.
maybe we can just move on to the rest of them.
So let me say back what I think the process is, and you can correct me.
Mhm.
So we will go ahead and have both subgroups reporting out. We won't necessarily stop for conversation. If the chair feels there's something that needs to be clarified,
Mhm.
or if a panelist wants to signal that to the chair, you can signal me, otherwise I'll assume we continue to move.
Sounds good.
Okay. And we do have 2D1 as tabled, and because that is an issue of the bare minimum requirement, would the group like to go to that first or continue through? I think what panelist Wilson was saying about wanting to hear the others was you want to hear the others, right?
Right. So my recommendation is go through share the scores, everything, and then go back to, consider going back to the 2D one reliability one.
Okay, thank you. So panelist Wilson, we're gonna ask for 1A2.
Minimal.
Panelist Grasso,
We were moderate leaning towards minimal, wanting to hear what the other group was saying, but I think for sake of time, I'm pretty sure if you all were convincingly minimal, we would probably,
I think we're just
saying
calling
it.
out what we got, and that's all you have to say. at this
okay,
point.
okay.
So you all were moderately leaning, you were between moderate and
Between
minimal,
moderate and minimal.
leaning towards moderate. Okay, thank you. And for 1A3,
Moderate.
Also moderate.
yay. 1B1, panelist
Min-
Wilson,
Minimal.
panelist Grasso.
This is where we have all three checked because we had no agreement on this in our group.
We'll keep going. Yeah, right? Does anybody want to hear about that, or do you want us to keep going? Keep going. 1B2,
We had minimal.
We also had all three checked and we could not come to a agreement.
1B3,
We had moderate.
Strong.
1C1.
Minimal.
Minimal.
Okay. Okay, moving down to section 3, panelist Grasso, 3E1.
Moderate.
Wilson,
Strong.
3E2, panelist Grasso,
Strong.
panelist Wilson,
Moderate.
3E3, panelist Grasso,
Moderate.
panelist Wilson,
Strong.
3F1, panelist Grasso,
Moderate.
panelist Wilson,
Moderate.
yay. 3F2, panelist Grasso,
Moderate.
Wilson,
Moderate.
okay. And an important reminder that the differences between strong and moderate in terms of the requirements check is not as significant as it is between minimal and moderate. So now we'll return back to 2D1 reliability. And to refresh us where we were, panelist Wilson, if you could please read your group's 2D1 reliability first.
Our group was split on this. We had, oh no, this is the one we finally agreed on moderate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And panelist Grasso for your group.
Minimal.
Okay.
And where we ended in our group discussion here was checking the nature of the tasks, right? Whether they were timed or not.
Correct.
So phonological awareness is timed, phonics and word recognition is timed, language comprehension is not timed, print concept is not timed, oral reading, that's reading fluency, so it's timed. Oral reading comprehension, I cannot locate the information readily, so if someone can. So the reason why we would care about this, what the nature of task was, it has implications of the type of reliability that's reported, and we found it to be what's reported as inappropriate for the timed tasks.
And also because the rubric says for some is not compelling.
Sorry, go ahead.
So it was the rubric piece. So we were trying to figure out, is it some of them or? Compelling for some is not.
Panelist Martinez?
Yeah, my read of the criteria though is that the sum is about the reliability for some is not compelling, but that the first statement is about appropriate reliability estimates. So it seems to me that if that's the leader, then we would lean, I would lean towards the minimal.
Member Wilson?
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Thank you. Close reading.
Any recommendations from the panel? Minimal versus moderate?
I can go minimal with that interpretation. Yeah.
We were all at minimal in our group.
So from panelist Wilson's group, is minimal acceptable?
That sounds convincing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Okay, so for 2D1 reliability, this is being considered minimal. Okay. So there were no other items. No, 1A1 is tabled, correct? Is 1A1 still tabled, Matt?
It was along with. There was 1B1 and 1B2.
Thank you.
Yep, minimum is
Okay,
still there.
so we do have 3 items above that are tabled.
Mhm.
That said, to the point that panelist Neeson brought forward, the group has now agreed on minimal for 2D1. So this is, in theory, this would be caught at the bare minimum and so would not move forward. We're going through all of these for the calibration purposes and also so that we can have a conversation about what the different requirement levels look like for all of these. So Chair Kim, I would turn it to you in terms of whether we want to go into these tabled conversations on 1A1, 1B1, and 1B2, or
Because there's a split between strong and I think minimal. And I think there's some, I think it would be very helpful to both groups to hear each other out. So those two of them briefly though.
so 1B1 and 1B2?
To 1B1, 1B2, yes.
Okay, so I would suggest that we, didn't even know that was coming, that we move to panelist Grasso's group to share what that conversation was first. It was actually similar, I think, between 1B1 and 1B2. And I'm gonna try for 3 minutes on the clock.
So our major discussion around 1B1 and 1B2 were that we felt that they were both, or we had some big concerns about the English learner population and how they address that specific population in both of those points on the rubric. However, our discussion was how big do we weigh that in when evaluating the rubric. That's why we were kind of all over from strong, moderate, and minimal. We wanted to see if these concerns about the English learner population would repeat throughout the application, and I think we found that they did. So that being said, I think most of our group would lean towards moderate and minimal for both of those, because I think that's what we were waiting to see how that would play out with the English learner population. But feel free to jump in from anyone from my group.
Member Neeson.
So again, it goes back to what the rubric says about examples of student subgroups, because they do have a lot of evidence around attention to linguistic diversity, anti-bias, and universal design for students. So for me, that put it at a moderate level because it did encompass a lot of what the rubric states in terms of that particular language around, let me find the word here, appropriate use of tasks for different populations of students, based on at least partial evidence, and are reasonably well described. So I felt that in those sections, it met that criteria.
Thank you.
Member Wilson.
So the discussion in our group was that while, yes, it does mention some of the, it talks about developmentally appropriate, it talks about linguistic diversity and bias, but the overall gist of how they're really responding to the decisions about the appropriate use was, we're adaptive, or this is adaptive, therefore it's appropriate. And that, so they mentioned all those things, but the overall argument was that because it was adaptive, it was appropriate. That was our discussion, and we didn't feel like it really said, like, for this particular type of learner, here are some appropriate uses. It was really just, it's adaptive, therefore it's appropriate.
And to continue that, to cover our thoughts is again, because they're ignoring grade bands, how a kindergartner at the start of a school year would engage in a computer adaptive test, and the interpretation and the acknowledgement of how they would require probably more supervision wasn't addressed. So we're not addressing clear things about things that aren't the EG. How would you appropriately administer this to a kindergartner first versus end of year second grader? Wasn't addressed, and those are really clear from developmentally appropriate reasons about attention span and easiness to sit in a chair and stare at a computer screen and even know how to engage with one.
So I'm resetting another 3 minutes for us. And Panelist Wilson, can you remind us what your group's overall decision was?
Our group was minimal, and it was unanimous in our
Okay,
group.
thank you. So the panel now needs to make the decision about whether to identify minimal or one of the others. Or if we aren't able to reach on the second go round, we'll go to Chair Kim or someone who Chair Kim appoints to make a decision. I did see a hand, I think, from Panelist O'Brien just before the time went. So
I was also in the minimal camp because there was no guidance regarding the proficiency level at which this task or the screening was appropriate for. It was just not there. So there's no mention at all, or which test to give, the primary language or the first language. And this was a pattern in other parts of the rubric. So that's why I gave it a minimum.
So Chair Kim? I'm not hearing a strong decision either way from the panel, unless the panel wants to indicate that. Yes.
My question is, do we actually need to come to consensus, or are we just hearing each other's points of view on this? Because we've already decided it didn't meet the bare minimum. So is this just for our understanding to come to the calibration point on it? Or is this a point of contention that needs to be navigated? I'm wondering about process.
I think mostly it's the calibration and the practice of what would be going through here. That said, I would ask the panel, are you clear? Are you clear with how you would handle this rubric rating for other applications? And if you're not, then that's something worthwhile to hash out here.
For me, at the small group level, I was very clear. I actually really liked the work that we did in the small group for this particular one, or for both actually, because actually a lot of topics came up, especially in the psychometric, and just how to look at the data presented to us, how to interpret the rubric a little bit better, and rule out, examples and not to ding an application for that. So I'm clear in the decisions that our group came up with. Right now in the whole group, I think we're still a little bit topsy-turvy about it, but in the small group, I think it was awesome.
Okay, Chair Kim? Would you like me to move on to 1B2?
My observation for the scoring for 1B1 and 1B2 are pretty similar. Is that correct?
Yeah, our group was unanimously minimal on 1B1 and 1B2.
And I think that the rationale are pretty similar too.
I would say the rationale is very similar. It's that the gist was that because it was adaptive, it would work for everybody. I mean, that's very gross oversimplification, but we did not feel it was compelling to talk about because our rubric asked for clear and detailed guidance on these things. And we did not feel like there was for particular learners.
My recommendation, because we're at 3:15 and we've made our way through each of the items, is to give you all, 3:16, a 4-minute break that you can stretch and bring yourselves back so we can promptly start at 3:20 with application 11.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to we're going to move on to the whole group calibration for application number 11. Thank you again for your continued stamina as we go through all of this. We will again start with the psychometrics section and work our way through. I did want to check, Chair Kim, the process that we used towards the end, where we sort of allowed them to go through quickly to hear the differences. Would you like us to do that by section, so that for psychometrics, we can hear all of them at one time and then go back? Okay. So once we have all of our panelists back, again, we're starting with the section 2 psychometrics for application 11. And we are going to start by reporting out on 2D1 reliability. Panelist Grasso, what did your group?
We were moderate.
And panelist Wilson?
We were split. We couldn't agree. We had 4.
You can just say split between which two?
Split
between moderate and
4 mod, 1 min.
Okay. For 2D2 reliability, Grasso, what did your group?
Moderate.
Thank you. And panelist Wilson?
Same thing, 4 moderate, 1 minimal.
For 2D1 content validity, panelist Grasso?
Moderate.
And panelist Wilson?
We did not agree on this one at all. We had 3 strong, 1 moderate, 1 minimal.
Okay. For 2D1 construct validity, panelist Grasso?
We were strong.
Panelist Wilson?
4 moderate, 1 minimal.
For 2D1 criterion validity, panelist Grasso?
Moderate.
Panelist Wilson?
3 moderate, 2 minimal.
For 2D2 criterion validity, panelist Grasso?
Moderate.
And panelist Wilson?
We're moderate for the English version, but we had 1 minimal vote for the Spanish version.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I do need to pause. That is one of the 2 where overall sample relative to student group matters. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So for the overall sample group, what was your score?
I think I need Chair Kim to explain it because we had we said we were unanimously moderate for the English version of the tool, but we had one minimal for the Spanish version of the tool.
Okay, and so for that applies to the subgroup or to the overall sample? Chair Kim?
You're talking about reliability, right?
2D2 criterion validity.
2D2. 2D1?
D2 criterion validity.
2D2 criterion. It was entire.
That was for,
Spanish.
that was whole group?
A whole group for, yes, the Spanish tests.
And for the subgroups, was there a response? That was the moderate?
No, there are two different tests.
Okay,
There is an English version of the test. We all were scored at moderate for the English version of the test.
okay.
For the Spanish version of the test, we had one person that's for the overall sample said it was a minimal for the
So for
Spanish
that-
version.
So for that minimal, was there a secondary conversation about overall sample versus whole group? Or whole sample?
I don't know if there was, but to me, it was a minimal overall and subsample.
And for the other group, it was at moderate, so they didn't have a conversation between the two. For 2D3 criterion validity, panelist Grasso?
We were split between strong and moderate, and I think for the overall rating of this, we went with moderate.
Thank you. Panelist Wilson?
We had 4 moderate, 1 minimal.
And 2D1, panelist Grasso?
2D1, we were moderate.
And panelist Wilson?
We were moderate for English, and we had one person who thought it was minimal for the Spanish version of the test.
Okay. So for across all of the evidence statements within psychometrics, we have differences across the panel. So that's 8 evidence statements. So I know we can do the math on what that would be times 5 minutes each. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. So why don't we try at 3 minutes and see where we land? Okay. Okay, for 2D1 reliability, the person who was interested in minimal, because both groups had moderate responses out, but panelist Wilson's group reported also a minimum. Does anyone want to speak to that minimum?
So I'm going to speak about it. So I was actually specific, not overall. So my recommendation was minimal on specific tasks. So for English RAND, the reported reliability was not a test reliability, which is appropriate, was not reported. They reported reliability correlations among different tasks. That's not really reliability information. Rapid visual processing, there was really no clear evidence of reliability reported. The major piece about Spanish version, this is not only this item, but across all the other items. The reliability and validity information is really from the sample in from grade 1 to 11 in Colombia, not in the US. It's a large sample, but it's in Colombia.
Other comments from the panel?
I felt that when Dr. Kim explained that to our group, we could see her point and the fact that there isn't a sample of this data for students, Spanish-speaking students in the United States. It seems like they are in the process of collecting data, but not enough to submit it in the application. So we agreed, I feel, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that that's a valid point. The English component of it is moderate. But given the fact that they don't have data for United States or California, makes it kind of difficult to be able to give it a valid score.
Thank you. Panel Sotoguard.
To add to, Chair Kim also pointed out with a deeper and more rigorous review of the table data, once you limit it to a K-2 grade band, which we were really clear that that's what we're going to do, the sample size gets pretty small and we don't always get metrics for these tests or subtests, even in the grade band under consideration. So those are concerns for the entire Colombian sample, in addition to it being outside of the United States.
So, Columbia sample is big, right? Even grade 1 and 2 are big, but English, actually studies with English tasks, they do work, a lot of what's reported is from adults or a sample that includes a very large age span. And if you look at by grade level, age level, our target grade level, the number of students in target grade level are very small. And reliability relying on a small sample is not really a good practice.
So for panelists who were in panelist Grasso's group and are hearing this for the first time on this application, thoughts or reactions? Member Neeson?
Well, I guess, I could be swayed to move in another direction on this one because I had it as moderate. But I was looking at it really specifically on this section because it doesn't talk about the representative sample in this part. It says appropriate reliability estimates for the overall sample reported. So I wasn't looking at it from the lens of K1 and 2 and having only representative of California because I felt that was addressed in another criterion, right? So for me, 2D1 reliability did fall within those numerical ranges that it suggested, which is why we put it at moderate and why our group kind of came to consensus once we found the correct
So let me
tables.
respond back. So the overall, I think what my understanding of the rubric, when we say overall sample, that's overall sample of the target grade levels, which is K1, 2, right? Not overall sample in their study, which included, for example, grades 1 to 11 or 12, right? So that's one issue. The other piece, again, the one with about Spanish is, even if we have, right, so overall sample is fine, but it's from a monolingual Spanish-speaking population. And I don't think that that's the overall sample that we're looking for here. We're looking for Spanish speakers here in the US, at least for Spanish version.
So 20 seconds remaining. Is the panel still split between moderate and minimal?
Well, I guess my question then would be, moving forward, is that an expectation of what we're going to be looking for in this rubric? Because that's not something we've discussed up to this point that I'm recalling, that we said the sample sizes had to be for whatever languages and whatever, So for me to think about how we're applying this practice in this rubric moving forward, what would be the expectation for this criteria?
That's
So
a
we-
great point. Yeah.
So we could choose to table this conversation and move to the next evidence statement, or if the chair would like to continue.
No, I think it's actually relevant to the other psychometrics point. So I would love to stay on this piece and to be clear about it and actually have a shared understanding before we move on.
I'll set 3 more minutes.
So, the reason why we're in the screener itself is targeted at K-2. even though what the vendors report or the studies in the vendors, right, that they cite may have included grade levels beyond that. But when we evaluate, and if I were the vendor, I would actually highlight the specific target grades that are relevant to this application instead of overall. If they didn't, it's our job in my mind, or at least that's the way I read it, is I look for specific evidence for the target grade level K through 2, even if they reported the whole grade level, like grade 1 through 11. One that's task that's reliable for grade 5 students does not mean that they can be reliable for kindergartners or grade 1 or grade 2. The same thing with the population. We're talking about US population screeners for the students here in California, not monolingual students in another country.
Well, that does bring me to one more question
Mhm.
then. I'm sorry. So in thinking about that, there are going to be some of the screeners that we evaluate that may only be one language. And if that's the case, if someone has a screening tool that's being offered in 2 languages, but maybe doesn't have that same population sample, and they get dinged and get a minimal score in this particular category, but then someone else who has the same English only, maybe the same kind of sample, but don't have the Spanish, and they pass.
So I would
I'm
like
just
us,
curious as to know like
Yeah.
what that might look like.
I think what Ms. Holmes actually talked about in item 3 is really important here. As a panel, we can specify which grade level, which tasks are that we recommend or not recommend, right? So say this particular application, my evaluation of the Spanish version is not reliable, valid for the target population, then my recommendation is that don't use this one, Spanish version, but English one, as long as it has reliability and validity, we can recommend the English version. Vice Chair Guerrero and Martinez.
She was first.
Okay, Member Martinez first.
So I guess I would like some guidance about what are some minimum N sizes for reliability by grade level, because on page 89 of the application, I'm seeing the reliability of one of their measures, and it's got the K through 12 estimates, and then the N size across them. And K, it's 131 students, and first and second grade are over 1,000 each. And so I need more guidance about what's a small N size, and I'd have to dig for what's the N size for the other measures, but to me that seemed decent. And then I guess about the Spanish one, I'm less concerned that the sample was based on a Colombian sample because of the construct that's being measured, which is Spanish language development. And we're not looking for Spanish language development as it develops in the United States. We're looking for Spanish language development. And so I would be less concerned about that, but I feel like that's the lesser of these two issues, or maybe we won't come to agreement maybe on that one, but I feel like from a psychometric standpoint, that there probably are some standards about N size that I would like to know to help me say, well, this isn't a large enough N size.
So the N size, there's no answer, but again, there's no set in stone guidelines. I look for at least this number like 100 per subsample, right? Or closer to that. If I look at numbers like a 20 some, which actually is, or some of the studies, the sample size was 24, I would not really put a lot of weight on that. Regarding the population, I actually very much disagree. The whole basis of reliability, the whole basis of validity is the conclusion you draw on the target population. If you don't have reliability. So reliability is prerequisite for validity. So if you don't meet the reliability, you can't even think about validity. And then the validity is about the conclusions about the target students. So our target students are K through 2 in the US. So for example, again, Spanish speaking students in the US, right? That's why there are norms in different countries, even though in the US, we speak English. In England, they speak English. They develop their own norms, right? We don't use this as their norms, right? So I think thinking about target population is really the essential aspect considering validity.
Okay.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, so one of the things that did come up in our small group and which I found helpful because and this, especially in the psychometric area, is how to look at the data, because we look at what's it's written on the rubric, but then to actually see it and then ask yourself, like one of the things is for me moving forward is look at the year of the study, look at the sample size, where was the study conducted, look at the reliability scores, look at its consistency. We talked about predictive versus concurrent. I mean, things that, because I'm not an expert on psychometric, I would not know this. But having sat with Dr. Gravlin, Dr. Kim and Dr. Odegaard about this, they brought in their knowledge base and were able to kind of speak as to they're seeing it through their lens, and they shared that with us. So I did put that it would be good to have, and we actually discussed what we need to, what would be some good conversations to have as a whole group on psychometric. So we all are looking at, that which is the purpose of calibration. So we are looking at all the instruments the same way. Because now that I've done 2 with the group, I have my notes here is, I'm looking at, items within task, look at the task selection, there was discriminate validity. I also have question marks on things I have to kind of ask or go Google, I can do a better job of looking at psychometrics. So I think I agree with you, Member Martinez, that we should probably have not a good, because I'm not a psychometric person, but at least a working knowledge of what it means to actually look at a study. I have looked at studies before, but not with the same lens that is written in the rubric. So I think it's a good idea. I know time is a big issue. Can I hear the hissing? Bad idea, don't bring that up. But so that way both groups are, on the same page when we look at the instruments. Because if not, we're going to continue disagreeing and not coming to a consensus, is my fear.
So just for a process check, we're still on the first evidence statement for psychometrics for application 1, and we're about 23 minutes in. It's 3:45, so I just want to make sure we're all considering that. And I also recognize this is important learning opportunities for the panel to align and make sure we're on the same page about things. Wilson.
Okay, Member
Ms.
Wilson, yep.
So I have a process question, and I am trying to read our process, but I can't find it. In our process, do we need unanimous agreement? Is that our goal? I don't know where we're at. I want to ask that question, especially paying attention to time.
Yeah, so actual decisions, final decisions will only be made one time. We'll only have one vote on that in December. And it is a majority vote pursuant to our bylaws. So we don't have to be unanimous in our decisions. As you are going through this process along the way, staff will be taking into account the different information that we're getting from the conversations that you're having, and that will inform what the proposed final list will look like.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to derail the calibration discussion because it's super important, but I couldn't remember and I was rummaging and couldn't remember what the final decision was.
It's quite all right. Yeah, thank you.
It might also help to consider, right, within your subgroup is making recommendations around those bare minimum requirements. So the conversations in October will primarily be focused in subgroup, with the primary whole group conversation happening in November around the advanced requirements. Panelist O'Brien?
Yes, so the discussion today is about calibration. So I'm wondering if we can have some sort of summary of really key important things to keep in mind as we read the different applications. Like we're talking about K2 sample that that it's important to pay attention in the data to how many the size of the sample, the number of time tasks and how that relates to reliability, because then we can apply that. So is there?
So I think to the extent that it's discussed here together, right, because we have to make sure that we're having that conversation in front of the public and can't have sort of a follow-up summary document that isn't then posted for the public to see and make comment on. So if there are specific summary statements that any of you are looking for you could say so now, right? You could ask for that now, and it would be sort of at the will of the chair to decide how much time you want to set aside for that.
Might I offer a couple of summary statements I've written for myself? I put down.
I would suggest before we hop into that, we make sure that the panel wants to go there in terms of how you use your time.
I just want to make sure that what I have is correct, that my thinking matches what we've been discussing. I just have 3 statements.
Okay.
Okay. So I put down that, we should be within psychometrics, we should be really thinking about the targeted kindergarten to 2nd grade levels in terms of looking at samples and reliability and validity data, that the psychometrics should include the target populations, the N size should be relative to that population sample, and that language samples should match whatever assessment targets and metrics we're looking at. Is that's clear? Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move forward? So
one other thing that I look for, I don't know if I'd love to, if it's quickly, I look for reliability, validity evidence at the task level, because that's what they're using. If they can lump it up and then the construct level, the numbers might look better, but that's not at the level they're using. So that's how I was looking at it.
So I would bring us back to 2D1 reliability. And last we were discussing this, we still had a split between moderate and minimal. And because this is one of the items, the evidence statements that contributes towards the bare minimum requirements, this is one that would be helpful to have the panel's shared response on.
So you are asking me to respond? I think I'm pretty clear where I'm standing here. So I am recommending that we think about this at the task level and then by language. So for the Spanish version, it's minimal. And for English, I was hoping For English, I would put at moderate.
Any responses from the panel on that? Member Martinez?
I disagree. I hear the rationale, especially around the Spanish. I just don't agree with it. And part of it has to do with the difficulty of creating even a Spanish language assessment than when you're trying to define what the construct is that you're trying to measure. And I believe the construct that they're trying to measure is actually Spanish language development. And there is no pure form of that. I get that. But it wasn't just a Colombian sample that they had. They also had some California students that they were trying to then correlate performance with. I understand the sample is small, but to me, the development of that assessment and the evidence that I saw was solid. And so I think this gets back to the question about, are we trying to develop agreement here or trying to really understand our different rationale for the scores that we provide? That's different than psychometric rules. And I would still like more guidance because again, I pointed to, here's reliability samples. They seem like they're big enough for me, but I heard there was other ones, but I just need to know where to look and what's enough so that I can then rate accordingly, or do we defer that rating to those with deeper expertise in this? That's where I really would like some guidance.
So in terms of our process, it's a reminder that we don't have to be unanimous in our decision here. We just need to generally have the panel's chosen response. And once we've gone through multiple cycles, which we have, it would go to Chair Kim or Chair Kim's appointee to make a decision about this individual evidence statement for this application. I did see panelist Wilson's.
Yeah, I just wanted to also go back to the rubric where the moderate description says, and the quality, but we already talked about this. You were saying that wasn't appropriate reliability because the quality of the reliability for some is not compelling. So, I mean, our group was 4 moderate, 1 minimal. So I think we may have to go to the whatever rule you just cited about Chair Kim deciding.
What I decide does not really have any bearing for voting. So I think the whole goal here is for us to really develop a shared understanding about how to interpret rubric and what kind of information and how we're going to look at the information that's provided.
So do you have a recommendation for implications for future, for looking at additional applications? Is there anything that folks on the panel want to move forward? Yeah, panelist Odegaard?
I think the one thing that's clear from the 2 applications that we've read today is that if they do have a screener developed in another language, at bare minimum, what I'm hearing consistency on is that your English language screener being normed and reliable works for it, but you have developed a separate instrument we will evaluate based on the merit of the evidence put forward for it. So we have consistency across that. These are 2 separate tests, and we expect to see, in response to our application, clear evidentiary pieces that say that they're both going to meet the needs. So I think that's one consistency. I've got more to say, but I'm going to concede the floor here.
Thank you.
Process question. So I was under the understanding, I understand the whole voting thing in December, but for us to give the title of bare minimum to an application, we all had to be in agreement to that. And I think that's where we're kind of getting stuck, is on those particular bare minimum criteria requirements, because those are the ones that is going to decide whether an application advances, moves up, or stays in the game, I guess,
Correct.
or doesn't. So I don't know, I mean, we have to kind of decide what are we gonna do with these two applications? And we're gonna stuck on that. And also, second thing, sorry, would it make sense for us to go back to our little small groups and chit chat and then see if we can persuade each other to change our ratings so we can, well, we're not gonna persuade you, but.
Well,
but we
if we're
can-
following the same process, we would, you would have a subgroup that would kick it to the other subgroup, right? And you guys would talk, and ultimately, the whole group would have the conversation. So once you're in a whole group, it doesn't go back to subgroup again. So it wouldn't make sense in this context to go back to subgroup. The determination, sorry, the determination ends up then falling to Chair Kim. Chair Kim can give her rationale. And then the group as a whole would need to weigh the bare minimum requirements. And then if it passes, it moves forward.
Just as listening and an observational point, I think a bit of what was different today around calibration for the way that the protocol will work in the future, like when you come next in October's meeting, the bare minimum requirements were meant to establish whether the application moves on to the full whole group discussion or not. So I think that's an important consideration that's slightly different from today. So I think if we were in this situation with this application come to October, it would move on because there wasn't a unanimous decision, and you'd have that discussion as a whole group. That's the only part of bare minimum requirements, right? Is that it's just whether it's basically saving you time in a whole group discussion if unanimously you all decide it's not worth going to a whole group discussion. Does that, I don't know if that helped clarify anything a little bit different. So I'll stop there.
So what's our status in number 4? Do we agree?
Number 4?
Yeah, application 4. With that one, we agreed on bare minimum, correct?
We haven't gone to the bare minimum requirements. I'm hoping we'll have time to get to it.
Sorry.
We went through every single one, so those who were paying attention, I'm sorry, that sounded really bad, but I mean, those who were capturing things would know, but I think until that we bring it to the panel to look through them together, that's when we officially know. So we've got to make our way through 11 as well. Okay, so for right now, I think we're at a point where we have the English version for 2D1 reliability is at moderate, and the Spanish is at minimum in a non-unanimous way, and that we're ready to move to 2D2. Okay, Panelist Wilson?
Well, we have, one group said it was moderate for Spanish also. So I am just clarifying, I don't think that the way you just recaptured it was exactly accurate, but I don't know if it matters.
The one group did say moderate, but we went through multiple rounds with the whole group, and ultimately it then is defaulting to Chair Kim in this setting.
Well, process question, if that one person happens to hold the position of the chair, would they have to abdicate to have somebody else be an independent arbiter of the final decision?
That hasn't been determined.
Although this is critical, so I am not, this is the.
So I think it's a process question for the future in terms of whether it would apply here versus through the calibration process. Are we ready to move to 2D2? Yep.
I think that the nature of discussion was very similar there though,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, so for 2D2, one group had moderate and one group had a split between moderate and minimum.
Minimum, the nature of that minimum and split was really the Spanish version.
Okay. So is there anything further that folks want to say related to the Spanish version in 2D2?
The rationale is essentially the same. Spanish, but there, I have some details I can share with you. There are some reliabilities that are low for different subgroups, but overall, my whole rationale is it's not the target population. It's just not, in any way I think about it, it's just not possible that you have a completely different population.
And for others that found that to be moderate, is it the same thinking as discussed previously? I see nods. Yes, okay. Member Odegaard?
So this is what I had more to say earlier. I do want just to throw out there that access and availability to a limited resource probably should come into consideration when we're thinking about these criteria for the Spanish language in particular. If we find that we aren't having a lot of access to give to the state of California, then when would we want to consider a Spanish-speaking sample that may not happen to be from California as being something that was a really good approximation to get something into these settings so that they're not having to select from a very few handful of screeners in this. There's an access question to be made there.
The applicant noted that they're actively collecting data from Spanish-speaking students in California this year, but data are not available. So once the data are available, they can reapply, right? But that's not the question. I don't think that we should lower our standards. We don't want to, if you don't have a reliable and valid measure, the conclusions that are drawn, kids are going to be misclassified, right? And I don't think it's a good decision to recommend such tools.
Panelist Martinez?
They're going to be reclassified regardless. I think it's an additional piece of evidence. It's not the sole piece of evidence. It is an additional piece of evidence. I hear you, Chair Kim, that it's that the population is different. I think the development of these types of assessments are incredibly difficult. And I'd have to go back to the application, but I thought I saw evidence of a California Spanish-speaking sample included in this data, not just that it's forthcoming, but a small California population, Spanish-speaking bilingual, included in their studies. But again, I'd have to go back and look through the 380 pages to make sure about that. But we have very few Spanish assessments. I'm not arguing for a Spanish assessment period, but I, based on the evidence that's in this application, I rate it differently.
So if we were to stick back to our process, we would be out of time and we would suggest that this is tabled and we go to the other evidence statements. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at 2D1 content validity, where one group was moderate and the other group was split across the ratings. Panelist Wilson, is there anything you'd like to share?
This is 2D1, correct? Content validity?
Correct.
Yeah, we had 3 strongs, 1 moderate, and then we had 1 minimal. And the minimal was because the focus of the narrative was really on the tasks and not on the items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And panelist Grasso?
We were in agreement with moderate, so I don't have any notes for this one.
So I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock for the panel to discuss.
So I think what we meant by items might be worth a little bit of elaboration. So what we expect in content validity is, how do they develop items? right? So for example, for word reading, what types of words were considered? Why? Right? Words, for example, word frequency, different types of words. If so, what kind of word types, and considering what developmental aspects, right? The same thing with phonological linguistics, or same thing with other tasks, right? So that's what's typically expected in content validity. And that's what we meant by information on items.
Any questions or comments from other panelists? So if we need to help panelist Wilson's group come to a decision and get a sense of how it compares to panelist Grasso's. Yes, member, panelist Neeson. So I was just going to suggest we have another minute and a half, so we need to see if we have suggestions across the panel, if anyone has recommendations of where to go.
Okay, so I think for us, well, at least for me, one of the reasons I went with the moderate is that when reading through this, I felt like they had partial or reasonable evidence that the items and tasks were appropriate measures of the skills, especially when looking at their description of the lexical decision tasks to measure single word reading, looking at, the gold standard methodology. So I was looking at it more from this overall sort of holistic lens, that the mode of administration was appropriate for the skills being addressed. So that's where we came from in this element, or at least I did. And I think our group was sort of in agreement with the language of the rubric for moderate.
So does the panel have a decision they'd like to move to in comment? Okay, so we table that and move to the next. 2D1, we had a strong from panelist Grasso's group and a mix between moderate and minimum for 2D1 construct validity.
So this one, we had 4 moderates and 1 min, and it was around the Spanish version also, is according to my notes. Is that correct?
So by that rationale, I think we can maybe assume that that one would be tabled if we were to invest some time in it. Are we okay moving forward? Okay. 2D1, criterion validity. We have a mixture of moderate from Grasso's group and moderate and minimum from Wilson's group. Anything to add there to provide any context? From panelists Wilson's group?
I think we had 3 moderate and 2 minimal. So but I don't have any good notes. So
I think the qualification for the minimal, at least for me, was the Spanish version.
Okay, so we'll continue to mark. Well, let me pause. For the other panelists in panelist Wilson's group, were there other issues?
I don't remember what I said, but I don't have any great issues with being moderate here.
I'm sorry, say again?
I have no issues with being moderate here, so I don't have any reason not to concede.
I'm just hoping to get us to the end of our psychometric section, and then we'll step back for a process check on time. So 2D2, criterion validity. Again, we have a split between moderate, and then it looks like that was a split between the English and the Spanish as well, moderate and minimum. Were there any other points to be made on that one?
No, our group was unanimous on the English version in moderate.
Thank you. As well as your group.
Our group was moderate for both.
Thank you. So we'll table the Spanish only for that one. For 2D3 criterion validity, it looks like both groups had a bit of a split. Grasso's group had both strong and moderate, and Wilson's group had moderate and minimum. Anything to add there about what the strong was from your group, Grasso, panelist Grasso?
The notes I have are about the difference between the raw score versus the percentile score, which I think is what was, I think that was maybe panelist Neeson was concerned about. I think that was, if I remember that conversation, I think that was our only concern with that category.
Okay. And panelist Wilson, in terms of the minimums?
So our minimum, the concern that I wrote down was about how the percentile levels were selected and what was that determination. So we had 4 moderates, 1 minimum, and that question was about, was the percentiles that they chose clearly articulated about why they chose them?
So it sounds like the 2 question marks were similar around the percentiles. Would the panel like to have a conversation regarding that? Go ahead.
I just had some concerns with it being a bell curve in terms of how the cut points were determined, rather than looking at sort of norms of achievement and scoring and how well they actually do on those items and constructs and tasks. So for me, it was just this idea that, you know, you're taking 25% of the kids and you're saying, okay, you 25%, you are at risk. This one, you're fine. This 25%, you're doing great, right? So for me, that's not how the world works. So I wanted to see more of a clear cut norming situation versus a percentile bell curve.
Anything to add from other folks related to that topic?
I think the categories are always drawn from distribution, right? So you just have to make a decision, right? Cut point. For me, I mean, the distribution is distribution, right? That's how it's distributed. To me, really, what was discussed in our group was they had data, they did analysis for the previous section, like in looking at area under the curve and etc. And they've not really linked that to this section about the different categories they could have. That was a missed opportunity that we discussed here.
One minute, 25 seconds. So it sounds like the majority of the panel is strong or moderate, and we have 1 at minimum.
Yes.
Is there anything further panel wants to say in order to move towards a shared opinion on that one? Okay, so we will table that one, which gets us to 2D1, representative of California students. And we had panelist Grasso's group at moderate, and a mixture for moderate and minimum in panelist Wilson's group.
It was moderate for the English tool, and we had 1 for minimal in the Spanish tool only.
Spanish tool only.
So it's the same as some of those other ones, I think.
Okay, anything further that any panelists want to add to that? Okay. let's take a breath. We've made it to the end of section 2. We have 45 minutes left. We absolutely must have time for public comment, not only on this item, but general public comment as well. And because we are in a Zoom setup as opposed to the live webcast, we have to pause a little bit longer, give a little more time to make sure that those move forward. So with that being the case, we probably have about another 20 minutes of our time together. And so we need to determine how we would like to run down the rest of this application and what we would like to do in terms of the requirements check, the bare minimum requirements check. So I believe we could go through as we have before and just hear what the other groups said for sections 1 and sections 3. And if there is one that the group wants to call out to talk through, that we can, based on groups wanting to hear more and letting me know that, indicating that through the chair. So the one other piece would be, another piece that Ms. Holmes is bringing forward is the debrief of this process and making time and space for that. So the panel will need to make some choices about what doesn't happen. Panelist Wilson?
I'm looking at our groups and I could do a summary of all of the 1s and all of the 3s, but I don't have any idea what their scores look like. And I think it would be fast.
So panelist Grasso, do you feel similarly? Are you suggesting, panelist Wilson, that you would sum them all together or that you would run through them?
Run through them.
Okay, so why don't we try to put 10 minutes for moving through at the max, and that would. Okay, with no pausing for discussion. Okay. Are we ready? Okay, panelist Wilson, 1A1.
We're between strong and moderate, 3-2.
Okay, panelist Grasso.
Strong.
1A2, panelist Wilson.
4 moderate, 1 strong.
Grasso.
We were between moderate and minimal.
1A3, panelist Wilson.
3 strong, 2 moderate.
Grasso.
Strong.
1B1, panelist Wilson.
3 moderate, 2 strong.
Panelist Grasso.
Moderate.
1B2, panelist Wilson.
Strong.
Panelist Grasso.
Strong.
Agreement. Evidence statement 1B3, panelist Wilson.
Strong.
Panelist Grasso.
Strong.
Agreement. 1C1, panelist Wilson.
Moderate.
Panelist Grasso.
Moderate.
Agreement. Okay, moving down to section 3, we'll start with panelist Grasso on these. Panelist Grasso, 3E1.
Moderate.
Panelist Wilson.
We were between strong and moderate.
Panelist Grasso for 3E2.
Minimal.
And panelist Wilson.
We were moderate.
3E3, panelist Grasso.
Moderate.
Panelist Wilson.
Strong.
3F1, panelist Grasso.
Minimal.
Panelist Wilson.
Moderate.
And 3F2, panelist Grasso.
Moderate.
And panelist Wilson.
Moderate.
Agreement. Okay. We've made it through in terms of understanding where our subgroups landed. This should give us some preparation for what we're facing when it comes to October. Let me just do a quick process check with Ms. Holmes. Do we need to do public comment for this before we do debrief? Debrief first. Okay, so we will go ahead and debrief this process and see what comments or feedback we have from the panel. I am going to put, we're in the MSI, 25, 35, 25 or 30. 15. Okay, I'm gonna set 15 total minutes for the debrief. And open it up to the panel in terms of, let me move our slide forward. So again, we want to ensure that we're accurately and consistently evaluating, wanting to make sure panelists feel confident in their evaluations and in the evaluations of others, and that we comply with the requirements of Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. So what did you find most effective about this process? What did you find difficult or ineffective about this process? And what changes would you like to see for how we implement the approved process? So approved is really important to keep in mind, right? The panel has approved the big pieces of the process. If there are small parts of the process that you want us to adjust, we can do so. I suggest that we hone in on question number 3, but I open it to the panel to share responses to any of those questions. For the sake of time, focusing on changes would be a good idea. Member Martinez?
I know we have at least 2 people on the panel who are very, have a lot of depth in psychometrics. And I would really appreciate some, not for them to make our decisions for us, but for some guidance. Oftentimes, you know, panels then that do reviews of this nature will separate who does what sort of reviews. And I don't know if that's on the table, but I know that even as we were doing our subgroup conversations, we're like, okay, let's wait for Member Kim to come back. So I want to put that out there for consideration.
Panelist Mason.
So I found it very valuable to have the small group conversation to clarify certain thinking points, because when I actually did this on my own, I had a lot of places where I'm like, I'm between minimal and moderate, or I'm between moderate and strong, but I wanted to hear other people's thoughts to calibrate my thinking and to understand if I was sort of on the right track, just to get confirmation and validation of my own thought process. Yes, I can go pointedly to the evidence, but it also helps that there are people with different areas of expertise that we can pull from. And to Member Martinez's point, I think it is very valuable to have people with the strengths in the different areas to be involved in the subgroups so that we can lean on each other for different levels of expertise in that.
Chair Kim?
So I think I really appreciated the whole process, and listening to people was fantastic. I think one of the challenges that we have talked about this a lot, is really the time, right? So building common understanding on these complex pieces really will take time. I think that's really what we're up against. So I think what we have to do is like a process our discussion when we are back, right? But one thing that I kind of want to know is, so when we came in with our score, right? But through the discussion, small group discussion, I think we have changed, but our reporting did not really capture that, right? So I just feel that just by reporting what we initially came in, that I think in a way, I was not sure how helpful focusing on that particular aspect was very helpful. So that's something just to think about. I wonder, because what happens, the changes is really what's critical in my mind.
Okay, the change of opinion after speaking with your peers,
Right.
or your fellow panelists.
Mhm.
Member Gravel?
And to expand on that, I think sometimes what took a lot of our time was just kind of maybe trying to reach this expectation of it becoming unanimous and all agreeing. When someone had brought a brand new point that, you know, other members hadn't thought of before. And especially when we're talking about applications that are hundreds of pages long and very detailed and very in-depth, if someone's bringing a new point, it's hard to just, oh, okay, and just change our score. And so I see a lot of value in having those initial conversations, hearing other people's points of view, but then giving us time on our own to actually, okay, now let me take that piece into consideration while I reread this again at home, rather than having this pressure of let's talk through this until everybody's saying yes, moderate.
And in some ways, I think you all built that into the process for yourselves by having the switch of the subgroups, right? And saying that we still want to not have the opportunity to not say no to any applications, that there may be some of us who want to look at that and come back in November to reevaluate. So there was a step added in last time that would allow for that this context wouldn't allow for. Pennis Wilson?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Chair Kim's point about the conversations. We had really good conversations and really reread, talked, discussed. And so the reporting piece actually felt like some pressure, because I was trying to capture, like, where did we end up? Not the discussion, but where did we end up? Which I kept checking Vic. I'm like, do I have the right thing down? Because I was so involved in the conversation. So I agree, like, maybe, I don't know what that reporting piece would be, how we might change that, but I think the journey was really important. And I think we did learn a lot and dig back in. I also do think when it gets to the point where we're trying to get unanimous, that's where it's hard. And so that's why I was asking about that process point. Do we really have to get unanimous? At a certain point, you almost just need to say, all right, we all agree to stop talking about this one. Let's move to the next line, because that was the part where I was starting to feel some frustration, because it was like, well, we don't have enough time to dig in and thoroughly, like, deeply understand at that moment what's being said.
Thank you. Panel Sodergard?
So we should return now to the officially submitted public comment, since we're in a part we're talking about possible changes or considerations. And it's come up, Panelist Martinez made a comment about something that's really critical to this point is that we should think about, is it a bare minimum that we know that will do no harm, and know what the minimum language requirements are for us to consider using an English language or some other language screener, which would capture a child up in thinking that there might be something wrong with their neurobiology. And we don't have that as a minimum requirement. We have a public comment that came to us to, at least as a panel, think through that as being a minimum requirement. And one of the applications didn't take the time to even respond to that piece of our application, which was non-responsive. And I do think that we owe it to people of California to at least consider that comment, and the organization that took the time to submit it to us.
We have about 6.5 minutes remaining, which we can stay here or not. Other comments about the process or things you'd like to see different? Panelist Wilson.
Well, I just wanted to say a positive comment. And I would say that the small group where we first went around and set our score, and then we had so many minutes for if we agreed, it was I don't even remember the minutes, 5 minutes if we disagreed. That was really effective, I think. And I think our group did a good job of sharing the airtime. So I think that helped hear the different opinions. So I did like that part of the process. So I felt the need to say something positive.
Thank you. Okay, it seems like we do have a moment, so just from a process perspective, wanted to give Ms. Holmes an opportunity to respond to some of the comments.
Yeah, so this was a really intense day and a day of learning for all of us. So thank you very much for your comments. One thing I wanted to mention to one of the comments that was made. So in terms of the makeup of the subgroups, I know there was a discussion about desire to have, a better mix of expertise. One thing I just did want to mention is, as we get into this process, we may have some panelists who need to recuse themselves. And so in making up the subgroups, we wanted to ensure as much mix of expertise as possible, but also ensure that the applications had as much review as possible. And so that may be why you're seeing a little bit less of a mix than we would ideally like to see. But we will try to make sure that we're mitigating that impact as much as possible.
Chair Kim, is there anything further related to the calibration before we move forward? Go ahead.
Okay, I just have one clarifying question. I know this has probably been answered, but I want to make sure I fully understand. So when we talk about the bare minimum requirements, yes, it just means it passes into the full group conversation. But let's say we come to consensus that an application does not meet the bare minimum requirements. That still doesn't preclude it from us saying it passes muster, correct? If we have a majority vote at the end, or is it kicked out entirely?
So if a subgroup unanimously says that it does not meet the bare minimum requirements, and Chair Kim agrees with that, it goes to the other subgroup for their consideration to determine, does this meet bare minimum requirements or not? If the answer is no, it does not, then it ends and it's removed from consideration. If there's opportunity to bring that back up until we get to our final vote in December. So it is possible that that would be brought forward, but a panelist would have to identify that in November so that the rest of the panel would have an opportunity to prepare in case they need to review on advanced requirements as well. Had to make sure I got that one. Okay. Let me double check one more time. Okay, we are going to try to fit in the bare minimum requirement check. If this ends up taking more than about 2 minutes for the application, we will say, sorry, we didn't have an opportunity, but this is a chance for the panel to practice how this goes. This is not about making a final decision. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rely on my colleagues who are taking great notes. So based on the basis for application approval, which was one of the addenda for this item, the bare minimum requirements are listed. They must meet at least moderate evidence for the overall sample and for relevant grades K-12 in all of the following evidence statements within the RDR-SSP rubric. Okay, I'm reading from that leading in statement, and it is for the following 4. Well, I won't read them all. So if we were to look first at application number 4, looking at application number 4, did application number 4 meet at least moderate for 2D1 reliability? It did not. Did it meet at least moderate for 2D1 content validity? It did. For 2D2 criterion validity? It did not. 2D3 criteria.
The overall sample, it did.
For overall sample, yes. Thank you. And for 2D3 criterion validity, overall sample, yes. So based on even just that first one alone, going through the requirements check, if this was unanimous with that subgroup, that would be reported out to the next subgroup. We don't believe this meets bare minimum requirements. Any questions about that?
Quick question, because here it says 2D1 content validity remove, and then in parentheses, only for overall sample, not by subgroups.
I'm not sure where you're reading from.
I'm reading from the August notes. That's no long, it's not, that's no longer accurate.
Sorry. Okay, time is up. You want to speak to that? Sure.
Those are from your August notes, but at the meeting in August, we changed and agreed as a panelist to what's on the screen.
Okay.
So those
I'm-
are no longer
I'm
relevant.
looking at the wrong one.
Yeah.
I apologize.
worries.
So again, that was sort of our practice. We looking at application 11, many of those were tabled, and we are out of time. So I think it's okay to say we don't need to practice again if everyone feels okay with that.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Well, if I could summarize that from my observer point of view, I think what you got to was agreement on the bare minimum requirements for the English version of that, right? And where I think there were members or who were concerned about the Spanish version of that instrument. And that one you would have said, I am concerned about not meeting the bare minimum for the Spanish version of this application when you would report out. So that's my summary. I see nods, but I don't, yes, okay.
Okay, so hopefully when we think about our process, the time and effort that was spent getting our minds wrapped around those evidence statements helped to make these requirements check straightforward, right? We will not do the advanced requirement check because we do not have sufficient time, but just so that everyone is aware of them, they're here on the screen. And they're also a part of that addendum. The holistic review, unfortunately, we will not have time, but so that the panel is clear in terms of what that looks like, we would be asking you to independently consider both applications for a holistic review. That would including your own personal notes from scoring each evidence statement, your perspective from your own personal area of expertise, conversations you've had with the panel thus far regarding the applications, and of course, keeping in mind the greater purpose of the panel to identify evidence-based, culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate screening instruments to assess pupils in kindergarten through grade 2 for risk of reading difficulties, I should say, not screening difficulties. Typo, sorry about that, reading difficulties. So had we practiced that, that would have looked like you all sort of stepping back from all the conversations, having some independent time up on the panel to read and to think, and then engage in a whole group conversation. Which is pretty much what I just said here. So we will not bother to debrief that because we didn't engage in it. And that would bring us to public comment for item 4. Chair Kim.
Thank you very much, Ms. Apple and Mr. Brunetti. Now we're gonna open the phone line for public comments. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code displayed on the slide right now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
Yes, there's one. Christina Salazar, go ahead. Thank you. Cristina Salazar, representing the California Committee on Effective Literacy. It's hard for me to see the members, but thank you for the member who elevated the point of our letter that was submitted. We respectfully request that the committee reconsider adding an additional element to the bare minimum criteria, specifically 1CI, as it is crucial for determining the validity of screeners for English learners in grades K through 2. Without this element, we risk adopting screeners that overlook the role of English language proficiency in accurately identifying reading difficulties. Additionally, we recommend that the committee provide guidance for district personnel administering the screeners to English learners. For students with home language screeners available, results from both the English and the home language screeners should be compiled to give a complete picture of the student's ability, avoiding any misrepresentation of deficits that may be only appear in one language. Research supports this, and for more details, you can look to your letter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else waiting to provide public comment?
There are none.
Thank you. All right, this concludes this information item. Let's move on to the item 5, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the phone number shown on the public comment slide right now. Are there anyone signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is one. Cristina Salazar, go ahead.
Hi, thank you again. Cristina Salazar, representing the California Committee on Effective Literacy. We greatly appreciate the rubrics 1A3 and 1B3, which reference instruments in language other than English. We're asking for clarity in the instructions for both reviewers and districts to certify that all of the other rubrics will be applied consistently in screeners in language and other than English. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, that is all.
All right, thank you so much. Members, I don't think there's any item from you. All right, so I'm going to call adjourning our September 20th, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screeners Selection Panel meeting at 4:41 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.